Interwebs. This, of course, is Gamer here. We're hopefully starting streaming now. I hope it all goes very well. Yes, switching over. Good. Good, looking good. All right, well, sort of see where the map stands right now. Okay, well, we gotta do a bit of work here before we're ready for the stream. Okay, we are bombing there, but we are also battling some fighters. Good thing we have some escorts. I think we're going to stop that naval striking program. Do we have... Well, we have some Italians here, but they don't appear to be too active in the air interception role. Those guys have been beat up pretty bad. So have those. The Luftwaffe has seen better days, it would appear. Okay, well, they're being attacked by a lot of forces. They're waiting for fuel. Okay, well, we're going to start moving this healthy regiment here. Hopefully they won't, or division I should say, hopefully they won't detect that these are so weak. Well, they're pushing in that way. And finally made it up to there. I think they're going to support that attack. And these guys are going to move to here. They're already being pushed back. They might hold, I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, not the best. Let's move these guys here. Whoa, hello. Hey, Arno is now hosting. Hello, my friend. Yes, it is the great Arno. Well, since you're waiting for fuel, you'll support the attack. They're waiting for fuel. You will be here. What was it? No. It's here. The other one's waiting for fuel. Okay. Air supply. I'm doing well. I'm still sort of waking up, but doing well. They're also waiting for supplies. All right, let's grab some of these. And let's have them fly to here as well. Base. Okay, well the Soviets have massively reinforced this. It looks like, oh well, no, maybe those are. Yeah, it looks like they've pretty heavy reinforced it. Well, there's a lot of subs. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that is not good news. Well, that's reasonably good news. We're intercepting them with some fighters. Let's see if we can find an air base up here that has... They don't have room. Has room. There we go. Let's move this militia unit forward. I know, not a good unit, but still. Haven't been able to attach these guys to anything useful yet. Right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see here. Let's attach you to Future D U-boat. There we are. So that we don't lose them once we deploy them out somewhere. We'll send them to Socotra. And because, well, I've been waiting to take this, get all these subs out of here, but that isn't happening. So we need to come down to, well, where did they go? Where did they go? Or did I already move them somewhere else? Oh, they're moving up that way already. Okay. They're rebasing to there. That's good. Okay, another heavy transport plane. Let's drop you here. Let's attach you to transports. There we go. There we go. All right. Save that. Okay, well, let's start making an episode here. Welcome, fellow warrior. I don't like to start. Let me drink something here. Welcome, fellow World War II enthusiasts. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. Now, I had been keeping a strategic reserve here of 6 Panzer divisions. Yes, this is a Panzer division after a fashion here. Heavy armor. Now, this one is an upgrading one, so that's actually maybe a mildly good one. Not great division, but where like this one here is more firmly... still need to drink a little bit of something here. Yes, nice Tiger. Set up as, French built. So these aren't very good units. They will... some of the stuff, medium armored designs, will be stuck like at 1940. They will upgrade, I think, some of their training, whatnot stuff, maybe. So they're not going to be very good units. They're not maybe terrible, but not so great. So that is why I've not sent them. And I built them cheaply and putting like semi-motorized infantry regiments attached to them and whatnot. Now they're going to stay as strategic reserve, but I'm sending them down to Spain to be ready for the possible American invasion down here. So, excuse me. American invasion down here so that we can have a reaction force to that. I think that is a good idea. So we're going to do that because I don't believe we're going to see a British invasion. It'd be different with a player, but then again, I don't think the player. I don't know because I've not played as a Soviet Union, but I don't believe like all these conscript units appear for a human player. So yeah, that does make a bit of difference, of course. Oh good, you can attack into there. Maybe you shouldn't be, I don't know. Get you across the river. I don't want you attacking across one. Let's move you up there too. Why not strategic bomb Gibraltar? Well, Gibraltar has a lot of anti-aircraft guns, and I really didn't want to destroy my limited bomber force strategically bombing Gibraltar for no apparent reason. Because strategic bombing does not hurt the units inside of it. It will hurt infrastructure, but what does it matter? It will hurt factories, but there are no factories here. Now, if you're talking ground attack, well, then I would be ground attacking a bunch of garrison units that have a bunch of anti-aircraft on them. Yeah, maybe in real life, but not in this game. The supplies, well, yeah, maybe a bit. They're based more on the port, and yes, you can do enough damage to the port so that it but oh, that is not good. That is not good. Okay, we're going to let this save and... Hey, Ari. And so it will, yeah, it will slowly reduce their ability to supply if you get it down to 0. It's doable, but I just don't think I have the reserves of air power to do it. And you've got to keep it down because it'll start rebuilding. And so you got to keep enough bombers doing that. Now this is not good. Keep saving, keep saving. See right there, it keeps saving. Oh, Rhaegar. Okay, there we go. So, yes, you're gonna see a black screen here. No, I'm not gonna stop recording. Yes, we're gonna quit the game. It'll go to black. Everything fades to black. We're still here. I'm still here. I'm just restarting. Yep, still restarting. And yep, still loading screen, creating checksum, loading graphics. Ah, you should start seeing something now. There we go. How to disable annotations on YouTube to see black screens. Okay. Didn't know that was necessary. There we go. We're back. Right. Yeah, I'm going to combine these two units here. Just getting too weak for one of them, but I want to continue to sync subs. Patrol. Yeah, we'll do it aggressive out here. Patrol this area. Right, okay, so they're attacking into here. I'm up there and maybe other places. So what we're going to do here is attack this way with this unit as a countering attack. We'll add palace to it. Yeah, Rhaegar, as one YouTuber famously puts it, you need to consult your doctor as to what you should do about vaccines. I am not a doctor. I do not have the answer. I fully get the idea of government encouragement. There's difference between encouragement, hey, you should do something, and mandating doing something. And yeah, if you've got a real health reason not to, you should take that very seriously. Okay, they're getting pounded fairly hard. These guys have moved to here. Hey, thanks AKB for hosting. Do appreciate that. How much of that's a lot to be hit with. Okay, guys, fall back. Fall back. Yes, major defeat. I do think the sort of apparent default sort of everyone should is a bit of a problem, actually. Okay, we got conclusions after victory, whatever. Yes, we know they retook that province. We retreated from it. We've won there. African recruitment advance. That is good. I think that is here. Okay, and we're going to continue that. What that might do for us, at least it used to do for us. No. We still keep, yeah. Used to give a decision availability to get some African recruits. Maybe it doesn't work that way anymore. Maybe they change it. Jaeger division shattering. Okay. Good. I'm getting sick of these shatterings, and well, I'm not going to change it. I really, really think, oh, it's this even very good one with armor. Oh man. See, this is the problem. We can see right here what the problem is. And this is a problem with Black Ice. A serious problem. Not a game-breaking problem, maybe, but a serious problem. Is that they fought themselves to 0 strength while still having organization. Now, organization, I would just say generically, once you get down to about half strength, most of your organization should go away. Meaning you've taken 50% casualties. Now, if you're stuck at half strength, it's sort of different in the sense that if you're stuck there and you don't have the, reinforcement ability to get your unit back up to full strength again, yeah, you reorganize. You're just now a weaker unit. But in one battle, it's a problem. And I was told by some of the Black Ice devs, particularly Oh My God, that he actually sees this as a better thing. Because units, and this was more, he was saying for the AI, units will, these units will shatter, and then they'll go back to the capital and reinforce, as opposed to just get overrun or destroyed on the front. So he was seeing this as a better thing, not as this isn't a good thing. So I don't know. You got a lot of these cores here. And we're not using them. That would be a nice one if we had stuff on I can do lab tests. Yeah, that's a good move, Rhaegar. There is a reason that is where I assume the African recruit. No, they wouldn't. They should be destroyed when they get. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, the idea in essence that this is a destroyed unit. It's just coming back, being reformed back in the capital. That's what's shattering. Oh, cool! You got a new TV. Good going. Well, I would disagree with you that the Waffen SS was one of the most diverse armies. It's definitely not the least diverse, that's for sure. But well, I don't know. It's I would definitely have to say if you count the British Army and its colonial units, it would be much more diverse. Yeah, no. When in 1944, when when the Germans were evacuating France, oh, in the hundreds, not in the thousands, but in the hundreds. I don't know if it was like 600 or 300 or whatever. French collaborationist men withdrew with the German forces into Germany. Now, they were all congregated in one more or less location at a point, and half were sent off to the army, and half were sent off to the Waffen SS. Just sort of blatantly split up. I think the Waffen SS accepted the few Jewish members, but because they didn't care because it wasn't a proper SS unit, but it was, yeah. Just don't know how deep in the weeds to get into some of that stuff. But the handful, three or four black collaborationist men that were part of that group were rejected and sent back to the army side. Yeah, no, I see it purely as an army element. The SS, as far as I can tell, had absolutely nothing to do with Africa. They did not send any forces to Rommel on any of the elements, early, middle, late. They didn't send any advisors, any intelligence agents, to the best of my knowledge. No equivalent of commissars. The Arab Legion that was formed and operating in various formats during that time period was purely an army operation. I know there was, Hanshar and some other Muslim Waffen SS units, Kama and a couple of others. And some of those units may have had some North African Muslims in it at some point, but most of them were Balkans Muslims, from what become, Yugoslavia. Yeah, no, they were very much a will not go to Africa. They would be willing to be deployed to Syria, to Greece, and so you do have tropical, if you will, SS uniform type elements, but they were only used in deployment basically to Greece and southern Italy. So, it had troops from all over Europe. I heard they had Muslims and Hindus in their ranks. Hindus, to the best of my knowledge, no. Muslims, yes, like I was saying. Most of them are Balkans-based Muslims. So not all Europeans, but mostly European Muslims. The Hindus, all of the Indishes, or however they pronounce India, troops that I know of, the sort of collaborationist units made up mostly of, former prisoners of war, that had been part of the British Commonwealth type forces. That was an army unit. And part of there was defending somewhere along the Atlantic Wall. And that's Azad's Hines. You may have seen someone with that name here who's a rabid Indian nationalist. I think that would be well, good. We're here. You want to come to here? Rebase. Okay, junky infantry division there. Mountain division to here. As soon as that gets there, we're gonna. No, they're gonna keep moving. They're gonna move to here. Well, we're gonna keep saying we're gonna, and then I change my mind. We've got a battle commander. They're going to attack there. Looked up Hindu. Most of them was in India, but they did have the Free India, yeah, made up of men that was active. Seems started to make them a normal part of the army, but then you're into the war. Yeah, okay. Well, hey, Eric, my friend. Yes, at the very end of the war, there's a paper. Well, yeah, there's a map that was created that, to the best of my knowledge, it was created during the like in 1945. It was created. That was a map of sort of Greater Europe. That around the border had a bunch of sort of like the symbols that you see for the Waffen SS had different unit symbols on the collar tabs. One side would be the double SS thing, and the other would be a unit symbol. Things like this. They, I don't think they use the key for, I don't know, but things like Pulitzi, whatnot. That as and this would have been a like a silver center thing, not this more stylized thing. This map that they created, they definitely had real units on there, but there were also fantasy units on there that either purely did not exist, truly did not exist, or were just somebody's general idea, and hey, there's 30 guys standing over there, that must be the new division. Kind of things that were forming in, oh God, what the hell? Why are you guys going home? You have your objective up here. You came all the way out here, and now you're all going home. These guys are all going home. Why are you going home? You have goals and objectives here. What, did you decide you can't get there? Let's try this. Don't know if I should even bother with the Italians. I don't know if it's just better to have them go away. And so you get some fantasy units with what was going on. So be wary of going, oh, there was this, and it was in the Waffen SS. That may not be. Most of the Eastern Muslim units, I want to say divisions, but sometimes they're just brigades and battalions, from this part of the world, particularly I'm thinking of the Turks, but others, there are Turks out here, were army units. Yes, at the very end, at the collapsing days, when Germany, or when they sort of controlled this much of the map, yeah, some of those units were transferred over technically to the Waffen SS, but that's just more, in my mind, desperation than anything else. Not a real thing. Okay, maybe. Okay, now. Okay, well, a bunch of these units have turned around. Now, are they actually going to attack, or are they just sort of moving around my territory looking for, I don't, something? We won here, but see, they're abandoning my position here. My city that I want them to defend. thinking about modding here for a moment. I really, can I say really a million times, wish that I could manage these other countries as well. I really want them to be, because I'm just sitting here thinking, should I just create an event that, so it would be easy to create an event. Germany inherits Romania, and grab up all of these forces, put them here, but then they just become German units. I don't know. Honda divisions just went into that battle. And you keep pushing into there. Division shattered. You're no longer effectively attacking. See, this is here just exactly the problem is they have way too much organization. So 85% organization. And you see if they stopped attacking, like if this stops attacking, then that works because they're still on the front, and then they'll start regaining organization instead of having to be sent all the way up here again. Okay, let's look at air. I want more fighters in the east. I don't know, I'm getting depressed at Hoi 3 right now. Is there a way to make Axe into puppets and then turn over most of their expeditionary forces? No. What they have done is rather nice because you can't do that. Let's see, I'm trying to find here. They have sort of simulated this army here. We can see that they have this corps with mountain troopers, and we should have you on the front line because you're actually full semi-motorized division. Get up there. So they have done some of this by giving them some of the actual expeditionary forces. Thank you, Arna. And so this is better than nothing, but I would really accept. Oh, they need. See, this is the other problem is these guys are eating my supplies, and are they? And even if they pay me back for the supplies, they're still eating them up here in the front. Okay, we've just pushed out of there. Infantry division shattered. We've lost the province here. Okay. That's what I'm sort of worried about. I have been worried about there. Not getting cut off and getting killed. So I would rather have these units in halfway decent shape. Oh, this is one of the halfway decent shape, but unorganized. Well, we have a nice little battle going out here against the submarine. And Rommel, please support the attack. Amphibious unit training. Oh, I think that's down. Yeah, we can let that go. Medium air search radar advance. Avionics. Okay, well. Really producing much new equipment, but that's fine. That part is fine. Okay. This is becoming a problem. We got to save this division. As soon as you get to there, you attack that way. That will help save the division. Hopefully. Another division shatter, another division shatter, another division shatter. Is it that they just won't attack out of their own territory? Yes, we knew we were going to lose that province. The point was is try to hold along that river. Keep pushing up there. These guys can move into there. Well, I see it's about done in. Oh, that is not what I wanted to have happen. I did not want them to get into the swamp. Okay, we'll just have to hold there. You guys all get on the ship because we're going to hold this with naval power. Yeah, you can just transport them over to there. Okay, well, those guys finally look like they're doing something useful. Okay, stop your attack. They still have way too much organization. Light infantry branch upgrade, that's nice. That's that one. And so again, I know I'm harping on this, but I'm just analyzing this as we're playing here. Okay, this is all dealing with defensiveness, toughness, soft attack, hard attack. Right. And all the way down here where here what we're seeing is things like this organization. I really hey, someone wanted to I know free exertion is helping quite a bit, but I don't know if somebody else wants to come into this. First off, I want to say I like this, you know, the organization buffs here as you work your way through it, instead of just having are they trained or untrained. Like here, you know, organization plus 1%. I like about all of these cut in half. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, you guys hanging out here with me. But this episode here, I want to thank you all. I particularly want to thank Chief, Sir Toyjet, and Yogdog for support on Patreon, but everybody else can just hit that like button. I really appreciate when people do. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's save this. Okay, I'm going to make a special short episode here, and then we'll get on to a regular one soon. Hello, my friends, the dev team of Black Ice. And yes, I love Black Ice. I really do. But you know, when somebody says that, you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Well, this is a complaint I've had for a long time. It just seems to be getting worse. So I want to complain about it some more. I love you guys. I really do. Hey, Van Bishop. Good to have you here for this complaint video. Okay. I love the richness of the texts and the doctrines and all of that you've added to the game. It really makes the game much better. This is the problem, and I think it was Oh My God way back in the day, a few years ago now, actually sort of defended it and thought it was a good thing, but no, I do not think so. And what I'm talking about is all these divisions that you see moving here have all recently shattered. And this is a very recently shattered division. And notice its organization level. Shattered organization level. Shattered, very good organization level. And this unit, literally what I've been doing is as soon as they shatter and come back to the HQ is immediately starting. So this is this distance of travel via in time wise via strategic redeployment. So however many days, hours, whatever. This is had, and this unit shattered in the attack. There are very few units, and we can talk about Japanese units or something, but that should shatter, should still have organization, and go down to strength so low that it shatters. And in more units, but still very few units, should still have organization and shatter on the defense. But most of these units did not shatter on the defense, they shattered on the attack. Now, a few of them probably did shatter. I'm actually sure a few of the units that are wandering back to the front now did shatter on the defense, but most shattered on the attack. Now, with trying to manage this big of a battle, I cannot, maybe somebody can, watch all of these fronts and see what unit where before it shatters, let's stop the attack. It'd be a good time to stop the attack, do it now. And I cannot. I don't know who possibly can. I think this is a failing of Black Ice. I'm sure it is. And I do know that there was various, I don't know if it's still there, but some adjustments for later in the game. And I know you just recently released 10.51, I believe now, as I'm making this. What I would really love to do, and I'd love you to do, I don't want to do it. I've got from multiple people I know are saying, and this isn't any sort of like, gamer, you should just make your own mod. Well, God, I can't make my own. Well, not to the extent that you guys do, myself make a mod like that. Obviously, I do have my own mod, but just separate yourself off from the Black Ice team and do your own thing. I like what Black Ice is doing. I really do. I love Black Ice. I don't want to have a different separate mod. I want to have a sub mod that adds more richness to Black Ice, but I don't want to have my own thing. Okay, so here I think this is some of the root of the problem here. Infantry unit training organization plus 36%, and we're, slightly more than, well, right about halfway through. I would like all of the doctrines, if you will, texts, doctrines, whatever, that affect organization, you sort of blanketly cut in half. That is unscientific. I know it is once in a while, oh my God, outmaths me and does all the math and shows me that I'm wrong in my general assumptions, and that very well may be, and maybe half isn't the right answer. But I really love the idea that this improves over time as you lots of couch Olympics. Okay, cool. Van Bishop. So I just think, I don't think these should go away. And I don't know about morale as well. It seems awfully high. You're pushing up here through the various ones, and we're not through the war yet. And so, here, Conf Group A, organization plus 1%. And so we can get, I guess, here a total of 4%. That doesn't seem too bad. But even there, why not just cut all of that down to 0.5%, each step. And here, armored spearhead. I really, implore you to look at it. I was told, and again, maybe I have it the wrong person, but told by, oh my God, that he actually thinks the shattering is better, particularly for the AI, because units will shatter, including shattering on the attack, and then go back to the capital and start reforming. That was better than having either the units, well, destroyed in the, destroyed, basically, because his point was, particularly on the defense, that if they, if I crush their organization level, and then they retreat, and then if, fast-moving armor comes and overruns them prior to them being able to fall back, you overrun the unit and you destroy the unit. And I sort of do get that point, but only in 42, and this is really, quite honestly, caused me, I don't know if rage quit is the right, but just give up on playing this in the past. That it's just really overdone. And I am not suggesting that at this stage, and here just again context, we started this attack in, what was it, May 42? So this isn't, 2 years into the invasion of Soviet, or a full year invasion of Soviet Union. This is just a few months, and that we very well maybe should be stalling out. I am not saying that all of these units here, and these aren't just because some of them were fairly weak Jaeger units, and I was attacking into the swamps, and I could forgive some of that, but we get all these other units that have shattered on the defense, or on the attack, shattered on the attack. And I very well should be maybe stalling out on my attacks. I'm not saying I should be conquering the Soviet Union more than I am. Not at all. I'm just saying these units should all be just sitting on the front lines, trying to reorganize and get organized again to either get on the attack, or if they've been, pounded on the defense. That is what I'm complaining about here. And I would really like that not to be a thing happening to so many units. We could talk about special morale bonuses to some Japanese units. We could talk about units, some of the SS, Waffen SS units were just young. Kama division comes to mind. One of the Ukrainian something or other division that goes into battle and just basically shatters. Not shatters because they lose strength, because they're so super hard fighting, just collapses. Soldiers run away kind of thing. But, we can talk about some diehard units that are ideological on either the communist side or the Nazi side. I would admit that, but that's a few, and those are really mostly on both sides, communists and Nazis, defensive situations, and where they're fighting to the last man, as it were. And so, I really wish you would address the exaggeration or explosion of organization, and maybe morale. I don't know how much that ties into this. So if you guys can look into it for upcoming versions of Black Ice, that's just what I would like to see changed. And of course, all those watching, hey, post below, or maybe I'll have a poll up and link to that so that you can vote your thoughts, whether this is good or bad, because I really do hope, the mod designers, they can make the mod they want, they can make whatever mod they want, but what's the point of making a mod that doesn't meet the player's needs or desires or whatever? So I would just like you to look at 2 high levels of organization for the unit. Other things I know we can't control so much, but thank you for your consideration and your time of watching this and hopefully doing it. Thanks so much. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, I just wanted to make that short, relatively speaking, request. Put that video out. Okay, let's look at, because, you know, toughness, electric defense. Some of these here, and I don't know why Sureplunk is in there twice. Some of these, well, a bunch of these things, I don't know about unit cooperation, but breakthrough, masterful breakthrough. These are all dealing with various forms of these. And defend, so this is, no, defenders damage, defend, shock. Where does it give the name of these? Yeah, this is counter. Does it ever say? Because this is because this current tactic. Well, I guess they're doing delay and they're doing shock. Is that it? Okay. And okay, yeah, shock. Got a lot of shocks here, and they're doing backhand below. The Germans are. So you can see how they, you know, attacker damage bonus minus 20%, defenders damage bonus plus 25%, attack speed minus. Attacker speed minus 35. And this is defender's damage. So it's sort of, you calculate through all this. I normally don't pay attention to this because you don't get a chance to, so this is advanced delay. The Soviets are doing, they're doing shock. You don't get a chance to pick the tactic. It's I don't know, random or whatever. And so, yeah, I don't pay a lot. Like I said, don't pay a lot of attention. Is everyone attacking that's doing shock? Is that the... Okay, he's just doing attack. Attacker damage bonus plus 20%, 5%, and he's just doing defend. So yeah, that's where it is. Okay, backhand below, master counters, right. Part of the tactic to do with all these conscript units is to keep attacking them so that they never get themselves organized up. No, you come and hold the line. Because you guys are going to hit here. I think we're going to loop around like that. Waiting for fuel. Well, then you can support the attack. If you can't move, you can support it. See, like this unit here, mostly lost its organization. It can't attack, and that's fine. And here, then, these are Romanian forces, so they're not quite as up to speed as the Germans on all of the texts and doctrines and whatnot. Right. Okay. Yeah, let's save this again. Here we go. I'll be right back and we will continue.
right, almost back. All right, okay.
Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron's 3's Black Ice 10.41, and we are continuing our push into the Soviet Union, and our reinforcements are almost here because this unit is defending well but is getting very, very weak, and an armored division will help out there a lot. There we go. Okay, this is still moving our additional reinforcements over to here. They're attacking there. Volkswagen division shattered. I think that was out in here. Yep, got them there just in time. There we go. Well, we're going to leave you right there for the moment. I'm going to save this division. Oh, good, finally. Okay, well, we don't need you to go and occupy there. You can come, you guys can come that way. You get to, well, I would have thought you would have been deeper into that unit. That front there. Yes, you keep attacking and we keep shattering, 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 shattering. You're going crazy? Oh yes, don't worry. I am. Okay, you're actually battling there. Oh, we need supplies to here now. Maybe you already are flying supplies there. I did send some fighters here. Air intercept this area. Yes, that area, big area. Good. You go up to there. And you also air intercept this area. So you go to that air battle there. See, already going in and flying to protect them. Chewing up to. Another shatter. Yeah, he doesn't have a very substantial force. That's quite true. Okay, nobody's attack moving there. Okay. Keep pushing up. Keep pushing up. Okay. At least going now. Fall back. Fall back. Because these allied forces just are not helping out much. And may actually be hurting me. There we go. And taking out some submarines out here in the Black Sea. How nice. Okay, well, you maybe stop there and come back over to here. Rebase to there. So we are pushing fairly deep in here. Finally got this, which is nice. You get to come to the front now. These guys are holding back here. Yeah, you keep marching into there and come into there. I think you're going to come down to there too. Okay, major defeat. Well, we won there, right? Pushing them out. Division shattered here. Okay, well. Shattered, shattered, shattered. Support that attack. Well, it looks like they're continuing to retreat out, so let's push down. Let's push down. Cross that river there. Oh. Our friends, okay, yeah, you're supposed to support any attack on that province. Okay, well, fall back. Major defeat. Okay, you're gonna fall back. Let's move the armor division back that way. I want to keep these guys from being cut off. But you're just cut to the swamp. I won't hold there. Well, might not do speed much good, but let's see about adding that to that. That'll make it a slightly better unit. Another tech just got. Right, okay. Good, we've won there, we've won there. We've lost that province there, fine. No, fall back, we're falling back from there. Right, what tech? Okay, partisan suppression increased to 8. That, I think, is here. Yeah, we'll continue to do that. We want to reduce our partisans down. We're going to put you up even though you're not in great shape. Just intercept what you can. Okay, you're coming back from there. Let's send you to here now. Air supply. You should still be trying to air supply there. Good. Okay, well, as soon as they get into there, we're going to hopefully fall back. What do you do in an unwinnable war? But one that you're not likely to lose either. The Jaeger division shattered. Why am I not surprised? Okay, attack here. But well, okay, yeah, this is, I just want to see that these units are now collapsing for lack of, we're going to change that, we're going to attack into here, for lack of supplies. Oh, you're still defending technically, okay. Well, they're still able to attack you. Okay, not winnable war, you say, well, you just nuke the enemy, that's instant win. Okay, yes. Now, I've definitely recently, as in the last year or two, reevaluated the Germans' nuclear program and how close they were. I do not think they were close to a bomb. Or do you simply mean by nuking them by flipping the table over and walking away and rage quitting? Or no, I don't know. Maybe that's what you meant with that. Let's see if we were to attack here. What I want to see the shape of these guys. Okay, they're still maybe a little too good of condition to attack. Need to starve a little more. Yeah, they should starve a little more. But back to the historical thing. The Japanese were nowhere near a nuclear weapon. I think it was Mark Felton Presents or Mark Felton Productions or whatever, his YouTube channel. I think I saw something that he examined. I think it was him that examined the Japanese nuclear weapon system, or programs. There were two of them. And they were just, I mean, they were just sort of conceptually sort of thinking about it kind of thing. You know, 10 guys in a laboratory experimenting with stuff, kind of, you know, it's like nowhere near making a bomb. Germany was working that way towards it. They actually had a realistic idea of what it would take to make where the Japanese didn't. What it would take to make a bomb. I still don't see Germany making a bomb in the time. Obviously, they didn't, and they were trying to, but I just don't know. I guess that's the biggest thing. There's so much information lost. One of these Discovery Channel shows, and some of them have been trashed, that whole hunting Hitler thing. I watched the series because I was sort of fascinated by it. And had that just been hunting Nazis or something, it might have been good, but the whole idea that Hitler survived the war, blah, 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 is just so much BS. But one of the shows that they're looking at one of the underground facilities that the Nazis were making, and they go in with Geiger counter type things, and they're showing the high levels of radiation. And I think it's much more than natural radiation in the mountain cave area. I used to just entirely dismiss the Nazi nuclear program. Yeah, I remember way back when, as a kid, watching Hogan's Heroes and, you know, Hogan sabotaging whatever Nazi program dealing with heavy water, blah, blah, blah. And that it just so far from coming about. Well, and again, this is an area of the war I'm not, you know, generally the nuclear program, but we talked the Manhattan Project. I'm not terribly familiar with, but I know a bit. The United States built, city might be too big of a term, but a fairly large town. They built at least two fairly large towns for the project. Now, the Manhattan Project gets its name from Manhattan, here in New York, because they had a secret research facility in the middle of the city that was just in some sort of regular buildings that they sort of sectioned off, and it was very hard to get in. So it looked like the people were going to work in an office building. Now, I don't think any of those people had really they weren't anywhere near like making a bomb. They were just more theorists working on things and living in New York, meaning there was nothing to blow up to harm the city or anything like that. Now, if the bad guys had found out about it, well, wait a minute, they did. Those were the communists. But if other bad guys had found out about it and had been able to plant a bomb and blow the facility up, yeah, it would have. But there was no like radioactive material, to the best of my knowledge. It was just a bunch of guys in an office kind of thing. But I think it was in Tennessee, they build a sort of a quick fabricated city type facility, and there's still some huge buildings, like 3-4 story, big, huge industrial complexes that just sit, just sitting there to this day, rotting away, because their machines, they were the machines that separated out, and God, I know I'm not good at this, but separate out the fissionable materials or whatever. And they're a big waste hazard, and they're sort of contained inside the machine. So don't know whether it's better to leave them where they are, or try to dismantle them, and then package up the dangerous material and bury it somewhere else. But they built a whole city to support these people. Often women were doing a lot of this work, to keep it all secret, and to get in there and to even get into this sort of complex. And it was meant so that people could live their lives without leaving the complex, so that they wouldn't be talking to other people. But there's 4 or 6 of these huge buildings that they put these separating machines in, and big project. And then of course you have out in Los Alamos, out here, where the testing facilities were, where they're building taking some of that material and putting it together. And the reason they were doing this in Tennessee was, I believe, it connected to the Tennessee Valley Authority electrical development program. You needed a lot of electricity. There were lots of relatively small hydro dams built around in this area, so they were able to have the electricity here locally to run these plants, is my understanding, but maybe that has nothing to do with it. I don't know, but that's my understanding. Centrifuges, that's right. Thank you, IKB. IKB is very good on industrial things. So, so they're doing that type of work out there, and that's dealing with hazardous materials. And I think they're dealing it relatively safe, definitely as safe as they think I'm pretty sure that they can make it with the technology that they have, at the time. Now out here is where they're assembling all the stuff and testing a couple of the bombs. And there's, again, whole sort of cities built to facilitate their operation here. Well, and there's 2 different processes, uranium and plutonium was it, that the U.S. was taking 2 different paths, and they make 2 different bombs using the 2 different materials, because early on they're not sure whether one or both will work, and how much material they have in their facility, in their capable, getting to put together, and how much is it going to take of this material to actually make the bomb. The Japanese one, they thought it was going to take a whole lot less material, and they thought they'd easily get the radio, the uranium or whatever. I forget which version they were looking at, but they were nowhere. They had trouble getting it. They were nowhere making even anything go puff. It was more just sort of working on some things, and very, very underfunded. Now funds, and again, I have the trouble with Black Ice, in that they see funds as money, and some of the stuff is sort of money. But as we can sort of see, and again, if you watch some of TIK's videos, it's not so much money as the issue, it's resources. For any of these projects, you need steel. There's enough steel showing up. There's enough iron showing up, to whether to build a building, or to build one of these centrifuges, or to build whatever, is it showing up, or is it being put into submarines and tanks? It's allocation of resources. I just had not seen evidence of much allocation of resources. Yes, there were some German scientists working on all kinds of projects, but again, a lot of that is, 10 guys in a laboratory somewhere, and they're testing things out. and recording it and making observations and saying, well, this, could become a bomb maybe or something. But that doesn't mean they're anywhere close to it. Well, I've reevaluated my understanding of nukes is that Germany was further down the path because they were definitely very much dealing with heavy water coming out and concerned about it. And that's what the British were very concerned with. I'm forgetting, it's up in this area. Well, do we have it on a resource map here? Here. Where? No, I thought it was more up here. I don't know. Wherever. Nukes are not that hard to make, but if Japan would have its own nuke, it wouldn't it vindicate U.S. using a nuke? Okay, well, I'll get to that in a moment, maybe. Yeah, I think, yes, that would be a good point, because people are bringing it up because it was the anniversary recently. Either heavy water, because they blow up the ferry, and the raids that they send the Norwegians on, that into, I'm just blanking on some of the names, into Norway. The Germans were really, really concerned about and getting some heavy water out of Norway to dealing with this program. So I've reevaluated that the Germans might have, through their processes and the amount of resources they were throwing at the project, might have gotten something going. And it, had everything not been collapsing. I mean, that's, doesn't, because we just talked about the forever war. What if it's, we're facing a ticking time bomb. I am not here so worried at this playthrough that the Soviets are going to defeat me with what's going on, even though, and you just give it time, we can get, we just have a few divisions. Well, we have a bunch of these divisions that could be, once we get through some of this other production, and some of these are, 2.3 ICs, that's hardly any. But get some of the, shift some of the production to other units. I'm not so worried about the Soviets coming in and crushing me. What I'm worried about is facing off against the Western allies, the hammer blows coming that way. So you've got to take down the Soviet Union before those other hammer blows. And that's sort of what got me, the forever war and the nukes. So, had it been looking something sort of like this, as time goes on, the Germans are fighting in the Eastern Front. The Eastern Front is still, into the Soviet Union. They've defeated a North Africa landing. They've defeated a, D-Day style landing somewhere, but they still haven't taken Britain. And, the Americans are sitting off over there. This sort of thing's going on for a few years. And the Germans are able to, keep the air war from destroying German industry. Not that there's no bombings, but they're shooting down a lot of airplanes in the Western allies, the British and Americans are evaluating how much can they afford to bomb compared to just its losses of, you should attack there, losses due to pilot losses, airplane losses, and just not being effective enough due to day fighters and night fighters and AA guns and all that. And had that gone on, I've now reevaluated to where maybe 46 or 47 Germany could have gotten a bomb. Obviously, I don't think they were anywhere near even testing a proper bomb out, but I think they were much further along on the development phase of it. I am sure, not that I have facts of, but I'm just sure that the collapsing state, especially post June 1944, D-Day, that resources, the program may still have had a fairly high priority in getting a lot of resources, but I'm sure there has to be interruptions because the bombings bomb railways, so things don't get delivered and whatever. So it's slowing up whatever process they're doing. So yeah, now Oh, and let's see. Most problem nukes is you need overpressure to protect workers and fitters. Yeah. Also, you need to shield stuff and separate means, but in World War didn't care about worker safety that much. Well, I would say the Americans generally cared about worker safety. I know this is going down the rabbit hole a bit. Veronica Lake, very, very beautiful woman. We would now today maybe think of her as a minor movie star, but she was something of a style influential movie star of the time, of the early 1940s, 40, sort of 41, 42. She starred in the movie This Gun's for Hire. Now, I'm a big old movie buff fan, so I know a lot of these things. Starring Robert Ladd, but she was the main woman in it. She had a sort of a peekaboo hairstyle in which her hair would come and cover about half of her blonde hair, cover about half of her face and one of her eyes. And that was sort of her stylistic hair, that was her signature. People recognized her because of her hair kind of thing. And she had it through 2 or 3 movies. And then literally the U.S. government came and talked to her about her hair. Not exactly sure who in the U.S. government, but somebody does. And I actually, got a sort of publicity still that she did. They were concerned, and I don't know if there was any recorded incidences of it, but they were concerned that her hairstyle either was or would cause injuries to women. So, and there's even a publicity still in which there's a big drill press and she's had her hair wrapped around the drill press. Now, obviously it didn't happen like when the machine was going because her face would have been slammed into it, but it's sort of wrapped around in it. And they were worried about this because of all the women workers in industry with this peekaboo hairstyle. So they did this publicity, photo shoot, and I just have one of the stills, again, just digital copies, not originals or anything like that, but just for a possible event. On this stuff, with that, hey, this hairstyle is bad for working in industry. And she specifically, from that point on, and I think to a point this actually ends up killing her career because she no longer has this trademark hairstyle, but has her hair on both sides pulled up back into, a bun would be a wrong term and definitely not the Princess Leia, 2 buns on each ear, but sort of a braided, but not pigtails or anything going down, but braided sort of into itself and all contained up on her head so that her longer hair was all contained in her head. And this was done for over women's worker safety. I would say, particularly in America, they were very concerned. I mean, to the point that, we have this movie star and we're having a lot of women, mimicking her hairstyle. We're worried about their safety. Let's get this fixed, kind of thing. So that's just anecdotal evidence, but I would say, they were concerned. One of the guys gets one of the guys working in the greater parts elements of the Manhattan Project does get radioactive poison, and he realizes he doesn't have much time left, but he continues working and documenting his disease and what's going on for future workers to be safe. He knows he's dead, 6 months to live, whatever it was, because it was pretty bad. But he continues to work, works very hard because it's in the middle of a war, and he is trying to document stuff so this doesn't happen with others. So yes, manpower, IKB, manpower, material, construction equipment. If you want to know what is missing, follow the trail of how much concrete and manpower signed delivered versus what was on the ground compared to what else was built with comparable resources. That will show you what is hidden, missing. Absolutely. But so many records are destroyed. Nazis were wonderful, wonderful record keepers, kept records in multiple formats, but between bombings and particularly the Nazis, and could just be all kinds of levels of files. They just dumped so much stuff on, bonfires towards the end of the war. One of the guys who book Hitler's Compromises, if you want to learn about how the Nazis ran Germany as opposed to Nazis running conquered territories, which was very different between the two. He looks at records, including some of the original SS records. The SS, I know I'm jumping all over topics here, but the SS would send out SS agents to go stand in lines of, rationing lines, or, lines waiting for the train or whatever. And they would just listen to people and take notes. And I don't think stand there take notes, so people saw it. And they weren't arresting anybody. It wasn't to try to arrest or find any dissidents. It was just a basic sort of honest polling campaign. They wanted to find out what people were talking about. Not just women, because all kinds of people stood in, older people, people not in, at the front, stood in lines to get rationed materials, including food and whatnot. So they stood in lines and listened to people talk and recorded what they were saying. This without even trying to get names, or this wasn't secret police trying to harm anybody. This was just an ongoing program that starts before the war starts, but continues on through the war to find out what the German people are saying and thinking. Now, most of these records are gone, but because they were, would type things up afterwards in multiple copies, send one to, the Berlin SS headquarters, and one would be kept locally on file. It was from some of the regional files that didn't get bonfired that he was able to do some of his work. So let's just say he got the Bavaria areas. I'm just pulling this out of the hat. I'm sure, I know he talks about in the book, but it's just been a few years since I read his book now. That they got those for some periods of time relatively intact, or maybe it's even a sub area. But most of the records of them doing this are just gone, as far as anyone knows. So the Nazis did wonderful jobs at destroying records. But you're absolutely right, IKB. But I don't know that we have the good records to do it. And IKB is right for, especially, and they were wasteful at the disposable manpower. Just on a utilitarian element, because by the time they're starting to get mildly well trained, they're dying. And they're constantly doing this, even if they're sort of ditch diggers and basic stuff. I understand food is short, and I understand that they don't want these people to be alive at the end of it, not because it's a secret program, just because they're trying to get rid of people. But they're very, very too short-sighted on what's going on. You get a lot of people come in their mouths in the military clock factory, so it doesn't surprise me that someone would get that hair thing seriously. Yeah, absolutely. It was a serious. Nazis were so good they saved proofs of their own court cases. Absolutely. They did that too. And they kept huge amounts of records, but huge amounts of records I know for a fact were destroyed. I don't have a good hold on it, but I do think a huge amounts of stuff is destroyed record wise. So they have disposable labor, and it's one thing if you know that, we need somebody, to muck out radioactive junk and they're going to die. So you get really, again, this is abhorrent behavior, but it's maybe effective. You get some labor that's disposable, but there's so much more labor that had they just fed a little bit better, had they treated just a little bit better, they would have ended up surviving the war because whatnot, but they would have also been more effective in Nazi Germany's industry and might have prolonged the war for the Nazis had they, not that we want that to happen, but had they treated some of these workers a bit better. It probably would have been better. Okay, now on to the dropping of the bomb on, or the two bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And justification. I absolutely think it's entirely justified. I am happy that they dropped the bombs on Japan. The 2 bombs dropped on Japan, to the best of my knowledge, didn't do any more damage than the fire bombings, the bombings that they were already doing in other cities in Japan, including Tokyo. Now, you could argue, I remember Feynman memoirs where he was a consultant on a plant for manufacturing enriched nuclear materials and, well, had some problems reading engineering symbols on a blueprint. Happy. Yeah. Well, oh yeah, you're right about that. Reading, yeah, the skill levels of people aren't always so great. But okay, I'm happy they dropped because they were bombing Japan. I have absolutely no regret, remorse. I mean, obviously I wasn't there, so I'm not responsible for it, but no bad feelings that my nation, and we are the inheritors of both the good and the bad that our nations do. It's not so much collective guilt or whatever, but it is sort of, how we got here. And I'm, as a historian, in World War II, because any of the bombings against Germany, against Italy, against Romania, bombing Plausible, bombing Japan, of 2 factors that I'm going to say that I have no moralistic qualms about any of the bombing campaigns, including Bomber Harris. Harris's viewpoints were like you guys know, the American guy who eventually, sets up bombing, for the Air Forces that comes later in the war. What's his name? Sorry. I'm sure if I heard it, if you want to post American bombing general. For 2 reasons. One, and I'll start with the main one. The war was not just combat soldiers fighting combat soldiers. Every single day, the Nazis existed in power. Every single day, the Japanese existed in power. They were doing horrific butchery to peoples. We can particularly see in the Nazis dealing with the Jews, but the Jews were just the sort of the big evil group, the bugaboo. They were trying to also erase Poland. Recently got some more material on the general government here of. Let me just say this because I'm sure it's going to crash after this long of a pause if I don't save this now. Because I think this is an important talk here. They were trying to, this is the general government. They call it the general government. The general government of what? They never said, because they were trying to erase Poland. And part of the way of erasing Poland was to, and I'll get to some of the chat here in a moment. You probably have good points. But was a hunger strategy, starvation. That includes Czechoslovakia. They thought they could Germanize, and that the people weren't too racially wrong. Thought they could Germanize the Czechs, but they also thought they needed to starve out a fair amount of Czechs too, starve them over time. This gets back to the sort of disposable. They wanted to starve these people out, and they knew they probably couldn't easily do it because the German people would be too revolted to do it during peacetime. I mean, they're not quite as Stalin and the Holodomor wanting to starve out Ukraine because, well, one, he was worried about his industrial power base, sort of the Leningrad, Moscow axis or whatever, if you will, of Soviet industry, and wanting to make sure they had food and they weren't revolting. That's part of the reason, but also the sort of Ukrainian nationalist element here that wasn't ever terribly. Well, I don't even think ever. There were Ukrainian Bolsheviks for sure, but I don't think it was ever terribly fond of the Bolsheviks, and definitely never fond of sort of the Stalinish regime, even before the Holodomor. So every day you're in existence, the Nazis are purposely trying to eliminate large batches of people, and not just the Jews, millions of other people, civilians, and not just because they happen to live in the city of Stalingrad, and then there's a big, well, I'm in Rostov here, obviously. There's a big battle going on, so civilians die. It's sort of like when Americans are attacking and clearing out, cities and towns in this part of the world. Sometimes they're throwing grenades into basements because they hear people in there and they're just the civilians in there and they're killing them. But they're not doing it because they thought there were civilians there and the civilians were resisting. Is people, didn't understand, hey, is anybody in there? Come out with your hands up, and no one's coming out. And so in goes a grenade and boom, not just because, innocents are caught in the crossfire, but because every day the Nazis are in power, they are in one format or another, not just in the high-tech, gas chamber settings, but are killing large batches of people. Whether they're innocents or not, they're killing large batches of people. Japan, and they have how much do I describe of the horrors that Japan is doing? What is it? I forget the number. It's like Unit 712 or whatever. They're doing chemical warfare testing on humans in large batches. We see the Japanese pulling out prisoners of war. Lots of them, probably the most of them are Chinese or other Asians, but also Europeans, pulling them out and using them literally for target practice to harden up the Japanese soldiers. And so they're shooting humans. Just bring them out. They photograph it. They're shooting humans. And of course, there's a couple of guys that have a contest during the raping of Nanking. I know all these things are probably going to get this video demonetized now that I'm saying all this stuff. The raping of Nanking going on, but two guys sort of, two Japanese officers with their samurai swords sort of have a chop off or something in which, who gets to, line up. Not, these aren't like running down and killing people that are running away in terror or combat. These are just like lining people up and maybe with their hands tied behind their back or whatever, cutting their heads off. And now that was just sort of, a few days of horror, but they're continuing this process in China throughout the whole existence of the Japanese occupying China. Okay, so number one, why I have zero. Now, yeah, Romania, fascist Italy, they're doing nothing on this scale. They're doing fascist Italy, fascist Romania, fascist Hungary are doing nothing on the scale, even proportionally scaled down to the size of their country or their occupation. They're doing nothing like that. There is one big sort of massacre after, I forget whether it was an assassination or I think it was an assassination attempt of one of the high-ranking, whether it was the governor or whatever for, Ethiopia. But I mean, he's actually like shot. He's wounded, and they kill a few thousand people or something like that as in retaliation. Like, don't you do this? And that's about as bad as it gets, as far as I know. There may be worse things, I don't know, but that's about as bad as it gets. They lock up a few thousand mafioso types and supporters and put them in prison camps. But to the best of my knowledge, even there, they're not trying to starve them to death. Now, the Americans liberate them and use them to run occupied Italy, which basically puts the mafia in charge of southern Italy, and maybe still to this day, because of that. But Mussolini cleaned up. Yeah, so, if you look at some of these other countries doing nothing to the, even if you go, well, Romania is not as big or controlled as much territory. Absolutely. But even to the scale of Romania or to the scale of occupation of Italy, doing nothing bad. But they were still supporting, whether, and trust me, at some high level, they all knew, not necessarily every Italian soldier knew that, oh, yes, they're gassing Jews up in Germany somewhere. No, but at some high enough level, politically, these leaders knew what was going on in Germany. So purely on that moral thing to end the war earlier, the mass bombings. Now, maybe they weren't effective. Maybe there was more effective. That mostly the Americans in Europe are trying to target specific factories, where the British, because of various reasons, decide to do night bombing before the Americans come in, partially because they can't escort the bombers to the targets. The bombers are not as well protected as later American bombers. All these reasons, they're doing night bombing, so they're doing more area bombing. Now, and I almost caught his name in my mind. LeMay, Curtis LeMay, that's who I was thinking, the American bombing guy, who comes over and runs the bombing campaign over Japan. They do not go in for the precise bombing once they get Iwo Jima and a few of the other islands that they can, Guam and what I think they take off from Guam and bomb and come back, and Iwo Jima eventually is used and saves hundreds of lives, if not more, of bunch of airplanes sort of land, maybe to the point of crash landing, just because if they're damaged and need a place to set down that's closer. It's more of an auxiliary airbase than a primary bombing airbase. Curtis LeMay, instead of trying to go for the precision bombing over Europe and seeing the problems, because the precision bombing is designed and developed by the Americans, putting the bomb in the pickle barrel thing, which they actually sort of kind of could do, was done out here where the weather's clear. The weather isn't as clear in Europe at the same altitudes to be able to do it. He decides, instead of trying to do precise bombing, is high altitude bombing. So they use the high altitude pressurized bombers that are not used in Europe. They're coming on a bit later. So, and he realizes he can't just, target the factories in Tokyo. They specifically try not to bomb the Imperial Palace. They have orders not to do so. But basically just they got to bomb the city because it's so high they can't separate out factories from and the bomb landing pad period, even though they may be trying to go for the factories. I know that was the desire, but they just got to bomb the city, and obviously bombing civilians. But because of the horrors that Japan is doing, and I know that the Japanese, because it's still the same, the modern German government is not the continuation of the Nazi government. The modern Japanese government is the continuation of the Japanese government that did all this, because it's the same imperial family, and the imperial family had this going on, and they could have stopped it. They supported it at, the China invasion and all that stuff at some level. So the horrors that Japan and Germany were committing on the world on an ongoing daily basis, to me, alone justifies mass bombing campaigns. We can talk about whether they were effective or not in shortening the war. That's another thing. And I don't know, somebody may be bringing up oh, the Dresden campaign, there was no industry and people refugee. No, that's all bullshit. No, that's lies. They were going after industry. There was industry there. They were going after it. They weren't just going after just to punish German civilians. So that's one element of the justification and that's enough. But I'll give you a second justification. Is that both Germany and Japan started the mass bombings of primarily civilian, even though the civilians may have also had a military component in that it's like making weapons or even feeding soldiers, food production. Bombings in Britain, in Spain, in just bombing Warsaw, bombing Rotterdam, bombing other places, that they did that. And Japan, sneak attack on Hawaii, Honolulu, but then they were strafing. They weren't. They had a very, and I will get to some of the chat. Van Bishop, I see you guys, and thank you for posting, and I will cover some of that in a moment. They had a very tight target list for the Japanese attacks on Pearl Harbor. Carriers first, and if you can't do that, then the battleship row, and it was very tightly coordinated. But we do know that either because some of the targets were not achievable by them, or they had already dropped their bombs, but we do see some bombings that are obviously nowhere near. They weren't like near misses to those buildings. They were in other parts of the greater Honolulu area or greater Pearl Harbor area, not just on Ford Island where the ships are normally moored, but because it's actually an island that they in the middle of the harbor, and that's where they because they don't normally keep the big ships tied up next to a a pier that you could walk on and walk off. They were normally moored out on sort of permanent moorings, and you use boats going to and from them. And they only because it's rather difficult to move these big huge ships right docking, and I think that they didn't quite have some of the modern technology that we do today for maneuvering ships and whatnot. Just easier to moor them. And they only for proper work on them did they move the battleships or the carriers onto, dock them into what we would think of as more of a dock. So they're sort of separated out. But they were, and then also on Ford Island is where they had the naval, both float plane as well as, so that they went down into the water, as well as the, standard runways on there. Those were all naval. But then there were Air Force air bases on the mainland of the island, on Honolulu, not on Ford Island, and other facilities, that there were definitely bombs dropped on other buildings, not just near or misses of some of the target priorities. Plus, they were strafing with their machine guns civilian targets. And we know that, there's enough information that it wasn't just because of dogfights or the few American aircraft. It was well-documented actual strafings of civilian targets that Japan does there. Japan also, who is not a signatory of the Geneva Convention, so they're beastly to... mentioned before, using soldiers of any nation, not just, I feel it more when it's, Anglo-American soldiers, certainly, but using any soldiers just as random target practices, just for the sake of target practice, and other sort of bad behavior military-wise. And of course, we can look at, again, how they take Nanking, however you want to say it, not just in the combat of the taking of the city, but post taking of the city, how they behave there, to me goes, hey, you guys can't complain. You were behaving maybe not as effectively, depending on the incident. You were behaving just as badly with your bombings. Don't come to us and say, well, you did it too. Now you're just as bad. No. You've opened the door for it. We see it as a potentially effective campaign because, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't like do it just to rub the faces, as the war is collapsing, doing it. And we can get to particularly Japan now. Okay. So those two reasons. One, you have to end these regimes as fast as possible because they're being beastly to humanity. Two, they start the practices. Now, since Japan does do chemical warfare, biological warfare testing, to the best of my knowledge, Germany does not. Germany does have some stockpiles of, mustard gas type weapons, but never uses them. They don't, to the best of my knowledge, go down a biological warfare route. Maybe they did, and I just don't know of it, or knew of it but forgot about it. But Japan's definitely going down it. So the Western allies, who also in America until I think the 90s kept huge stockpiles of chemical warfare weapons, but had a policy of only using them if others started using them. So it's sort of like, well, if you're opening the door to chemical warfare weapons, well, we'll use them too. So don't. Well, they open the door to mass bombing of civilians. So, well, okay, if you're going to open that war, we'll play that game too. Okay. 3, why I'm happy they bombed Japan. And I know there's a lot of weebs, but I was probably a weeb before you were a weeb. If I'm saying that word right, I don't know. And I think samurai culture and all that is really cool to study and whatnot. But I'm happy they bombed Japan. Not just accepting, I'm happy. Because we can see, again, we talked earlier on in this live stream about the unwinnable war here, and this sort of got us going down this path. Japan was in a situation of an impossible to win war. They had had all their fleets sunk. The U.S. was almost literally sailing around, not quite maybe fully around all the islands, but looking around here for targets, particularly the U.S. Navy, naval targets to sink, and there was nothing to do. And they were more and more cutting off the limited supply thread chain, whatever you want to call it, from Japan to Korea and there. But because of Korea and because of long-term support in Manchukuo, the Japanese army was able to maintain itself in China fairly well intact. To the best of my knowledge, up until the end, they were not retreating anywhere until really the Soviet Union comes in and attacks there. I do not, again, know of any significant. I'm not saying the nationalist Chinese weren't able to push back some places here, and you could probably show me a campaign chart where they could, and they were definitely being pushed back in Burma by the well, there were Chinese forces that had come down there, but the Indian, the British, Commonwealth, and American forces definitely being pushed back in places here. But basically, their sort of mainland China empire was, hey, we're good. We got food, we got ammo, we got enough guns for the guys we are, and we're holding back the Chinese. And so Japan was losing all of its naval capacity, losing its even intercoastal shipping capacity, and they were nowhere near any signs of them surrendering. And that is what finally pushes America, and particularly Truman, into a willingness to nuke Japan. Because after the horrific situation in Okinawa, in which, and I've read the biography on Nimitz and talking about some of the stuff here, how, and I read some of the Japanese accounts from the Pacific War from my Japanese series a while ago. The Japanese lied to their population. to the point of telling them, and the people believed it, that the American forces were literally cannibals. They would eat them and eat their children. And they were already doing this. They were lying to them, and they got these. This is why you get civilians suiciding, and I will get to some of the chat here, but suiciding themselves. You can see film footage of it. And not like in a military sense, just jumping off cliffs and whatnot. And yeah, there was probably I'm sure there was social pressure because somebody's there watching them, and there's lots of various social pressure elements in Japan going on. And I'm sure there was some officer with some sword or whatever making sure that the 50 civilians in this cave are going to jump off the cliff first, and then he's going to jump off the cliff or commit seppuku or whatever afterwards. But making sure that I'm sure that also happened too. I mean, I didn't say I know it because we don't have records of what happened in some of these things, but I'm sure that's also the case too. But I'm also sure that some of it is just, from everything we got, people doing it on their own accord because they thought the Americans were literally going to be incredibly beastly to them. And we know from history they weren't. They weren't doing it beforehand, especially the civilian populations. They weren't doing it, including some of the Japanese populations that they did get on some of these islands that did have minor elements of civilian whatevers, but support staff or whatnot. They weren't being beastly to the soldiers. They weren't doing anything of that nature anywhere along the line. And so it was very much, and I think it would have borne true in a large extent, shown to be that invading Japan was going to cost huge amounts, primarily American, but of Allied lives. And so by demonstrating, they picked 4 cities, but they dropped only 2 bombs. I think there was a couple other bombs, but again, I'm not sure on that fact. But alternative cities that were largely unbombed, so that it was a demonstration of what clearly, and they made sure it was clear that it was one bomb falling from the sky and kaboom. And so it was a demonstration attack that happened, if you will, and it was effective. And so it saved huge amounts of American lives. America did not ask for the war with Japan. It was, at most, you could maybe call it economic warfare, but only in the sense that we refuse to trade with Japan because Japan is being beastly in China. But I'll say, hey, you know what? Any nation at any time can stop trading with any other nation. I'm worried about that now because we've learned from recent times. China, at least for America, I don't think so much for Europe, but maybe for Europe, China makes a lot of drugs for America. And I don't just mean fentanyl or other sort of things. I mean, proper drugs. Because, hey, starting with Bill Clinton, but also supporting by the Bush years, hey, yeah, let's move our industry to China. It's cheaper. Bad, stupid move, but yeah, America's done it. America's hurting because of it. They've moved lots of industrial production to China, basically shut down American production and opened up new production in China. So yes, I'm definitely afraid of China deciding to just, we'll stop sending medicines to America. Well, what are you going to do about it? And it's China's absolute right to stop trading with America or any other nation in the world. They can just stop. Boom. So if you want to call it economic warfare in Japan, and it was definitely economic pressure to try to get them to stop invading China, but that is no justification for actual military attacks. Now, if America had been putting its fleet out here and trying to stop any other nation from trading with Japan, not, just like, oh, hey, turn around there, Australian ship, you can't go into Japan. Now, of course, Australia, because it's part of the British Empire, also stopped trading with Japan at some point too, mostly over, and the final sort of America stopped trading with, truly stops trading with Japan, was over Japanese occupation of Indochina. That was sort of the last straw. So there is no justification for the attack. America was not looking for a war with Japan. America did not choose that war with Japan, where they were sort of kind of Roosevelt and crew wanting to get in to save Europe from the Nazis. That may have been a war of choice, though of course Hitler makes it not necessary because Hitler declares war on America too. So America doesn't ask for the war, but America gets drawn into the war. So saving American lives is a worthy task. I could even go, what would be number 4 is, by stopping the war before the actual American invasion landings, we actually end up, I think, saving more Japanese lives than were lost in all of the bombing campaigns, whether the nukes or otherwise. Obviously, I don't have records of what didn't happen because it didn't happen. But if Okinawa is anything to go by, no, I do not think all of the Japanese population would have suicided or anything to that nature. But I do believe you would have had, shall we say, Islamic fundamentalist type suicide attacks on American forces using explosives, because we see, even in the early days of Khalkhin Gol and whatnot, actual sort of suicide attacks against, say, Soviet tanks, in which a person would hide under a bridge or something with a couple of bombs there, wait for the tanks to drive over, and then hit the fuse, the tip of the bomb with a hammer, blowing himself up and killing the tank, because, hey, it's going to save more of his people because these tanks are going to kill lots of his soldiers. So we see all the way back into there and before, in desperation, the willingness to do, and of course we've been seeing the kamikaze type attacks, and they were planning, we have records of them planning much more, including very Japanese destroyer captain, that's the name of the book, by Captain Hara, I believe his name is. Very, very good book. It's been translated into English. He wrote it post-war. He was one of the celebrated best destroyer captains in Japan, happened to survive, though he was sunk, but did happen to survive. The war got picked up and survived, picked up by Japanese forces, because he went off on one of the suicide attacks with the Yamato and whatnot. I don't know if it was that exact attack, but his ship got sunk, and he went down with his ship and was floating on wreckage, and they did find him. Wrote about how he, before some of this stuff, or maybe after the sinking, or I think it was after that sinking, he was put in charge of, because of his small boat sort of command skills, in charge of some of the naval actions of, like, suicide attacks of slow motorboats, because they couldn't find fast motorboats, to put large explosives in the front of them and use suicide ramming attacks. And if his whole thought he thought the whole plan was stupid, but he was in charge of it and he was doing his duty, trying to find a way not to get his people to actually do the attacks. But the idea of ramming the boat, or ramming a ship with a boat kind of thing with a lot of explosives to sink it. So we know that they were planning these types of things. We have records of it. We have testimony, as in his book, that they were planning this stuff. So yes, it ends up saving even more Japanese lives. So I am happy that Germany, that Japan, and other nations, including bombing, they didn't do huge mass bombings, but they bombed places, factories in Paris that were known to be doing war support work, some munitions factories and whatnot. They bombed, Allied territories for it. I'm happy they did it, because it, I think it does shorten the war. But we can debate whether it was effective or not, but I'm happy that they did those attacks. Not maybe happy that all the civilians died. that's a different matter. Now, of course, got to go, well, hey, if that civilian was making, artillery shells that were going to be fired at my side, well, that's war effort. I mean, that's not just like, hey, we're feeding the population war effort. That's making weapons. Is that so different than launching the weapons? No. So, yeah, I'm happy they bombed and killed the munitions workers. Because, hey, if you can keep them from making the bullets, that keeps them from having to shoot at you. So, yeah, I'm happy they bombed munition factories. Again, all the women and children, no, not so happy, but it's all, they didn't have precision guided weapons, and even if they did, but they didn't. So I'm happy they did all of that. Now let me address some of the situations here that guys have been posting probably wonderful comments telling me how great I am, but let's see. Okay, remember, okay, I decided to put your finger on some of those. Asked the question, what would happen when this valve would break? They said it was easy, 5 minutes of heated discussion. They took blueprints and said we would repair it. Okay, catching up. Even in the U.S., nuclear safety wasn't that great. I also remember how Freeman basically forced his superiors to reduce secrecy to allow workers to have at least some clue about what they were making. Otherwise, it would have caused more explosions. Yeah, I'm not saying that it was modern health and safety levels, but I do believe the American industry overall, war industry, was concerned about health and safety. But yeah, that may take a secondary approach, even outside of nuclear weapons programs, to production levels. Meaning, if you're dealing with explosives and you're putting them in artillery shells or bombs or even large amounts of gunpowders that go into regular rifle type bullets, when it's stored in large volumes, they were worried about the workers' safety, and they end up killing a lot of workers, or maybe not killing them, shortening their lives, because they use asbestos as a fire retardant, and of course we now know asbestos gives you cancer. They didn't use asbestos and didn't care that it gives you cancer. They didn't know that it did at the time. Now they continue probably somewhat using it afterwards, and they're still cleaning up problems of it to this day. But yeah, they're trying, and even just like on safety, is that if you blow up a armaments factory because of carelessness, or you have a trained machinist, nowhere near an explosive thing, a machinist who whether it's the woman who catching her hair, but just rams a hand into the machine and chews up that hand. Well, now you've taken a machinist out of work. Now, maybe, war work, he may be able to teach other people to do some of the job and still contribute, but still, you don't want to do that. So they were concerned, but it may have not been the highest priority there. It's, if you're making toasters today, there, in any sort of developed country, there's actually no excuse for not having reasonable workers' safety. You can't make everything, you can't remove all sharp corners, but, so people can still be hurt, people can still die in industrial accidents, they do. But you don't go, well, hey, we don't care if one worker dies per 10,000 toasters because, because it's just an economic endeavor to make money. And to maybe help society, because people need toasted bread. They do. But, so you're making toasters. But it's different when you're making munitions or making anything else for the war effort. You do need certain levels of production. So, yeah, there's a trade-off, I'll grant you. But it's still, they were, to be honest, World War II is like a big Lev Tolstoy novel with lots of plots and big dramatic endings that leaves an empty feeling inside. Probably the best art piece in human history. And I don't know if I'm quite going to go to the best art piece, but I am fascinated by the topic of World War II for sure. A huge amount is still sitting in a huge amount. British, Russian archives. Oh, okay, yes, I will grant you. Part of what we have with records is maybe well filed in archives. I think some of the stuff is in archives but not archived, meaning it just boxes over in the corner. And when I talk about a lot of stuff that I have access to, I'm talking secondary sources in books that I can go and buy, or maybe primary sources, because I do collect documents that are, again, digitally, but documents that are primary sources. So I do, some of my research is literally primary resources. Research resources. But again, what's online, like Hitler's Compromises, the author goes and looks at the archives and he can read German and he's writing a book. So what he gets access to, what is around, but I also know lots of it is just literally is gone. So there's, some of it is just gone. Some of it is just piles of stuff still to go through. And unless somebody has actually have the ability to go through it, both physical access and like language skills, yeah, that is a big thing. Still going through IKB. Let's see, World War II need to be. Oh, there's still stuff that World War II particularly may need to be classified. The bomber, yes, Curtis LeMay, that's right. Fergus is Noxat policy. Great, IKB. I'm catching up. Croatia, some of the early electronic warfare stuff is still classified, even though, somebody's. Well, the movie star Hedy Lamarr was the person who develops what eventually was one of the primary people that developed some technology during the war for the war effort, but never gets actually used during the war, but afterwards and eventually develops into Bluetooth. So look up Hedy Lamarr. It's a very good point you're making here. Some numbers Germans took 900,000 Italian soldiers appeared before of these died of starvation in camps. 13,000 were executed. An additional 12,000 were killed during naval transportation. Nazis also executed roughly 30,000 civilians in retaliation. Grand total of Italian Jews killed in camps about 6,000. There's all kinds of beastly stuff going on. We focus on the Jews, and I don't mind focusing on the Jews, but I don't want it to just seem like, for whatever reasons, just defending Jews, or Jews were just this, or whatever, giving modern neo-Nazis their sort of whatever propagandistic thing. It's much more than just the Jews, but they were being beastly to huge. And I'm sort of, you may say being beastly, it's just sort of like, somebody just sort of, making light of it. I don't. And I watch myself on YouTube because the more controversial the topic, the more likely it is to get demonetized and all of that. And I don't mean my videos to be a horror show of recounts of horrors of World War II. And I've watched, I've watched Schindler's List once. I don't ever need to watch it again. I've learned the lessons of it. I don't think I need to know the details, of it. It's a horrific movie. It's important to watch. I'm glad they made the movie. I think it's all true. I mean, as in a piece of historical fiction based in truth, but the conditions, the situations, all of that element is true. Not who said what, when, or any sort of detail, but the overall story arc, I believe, is entirely true, and the conditions were entirely true. So, and I've watched enough documentaries. I don't dwell in that realm of it. I'm, as people who've watched enough, I am interested in like turning points in the war. I'm fascinated with history. I'm fascinated with Nazi regalia, all of the uniforms of all of the different stuff, all that kind of stuff. That minutia of it fascinates me. Doesn't make me sympathetic to their views or justify their actions. Still, just makes me fascinated by some of the topics going on there. Okay, aren't cities valuable gold bottlenecks or something? Yes, they can be. When fighting a total war, everything in any way helps the enemy. Yes, absolutely, IKB. There is definitely that element, and it was a total war. And it was a total war, I would say, initially pushed that it's a total war was by Germany itself, and possibly Japan. So the wind, you shall reap the whirlwind. Absolutely, IKB. The U.S. could simply send a peace proposal to ban some negotiations. Japan would accept it without nukes. Okay. Well, I think it's the Potsdam Declaration that they state that and it does push some of the nations into the corner, that they will only accept unconditional surrender. They weren't going to, it was going to be surrender or no. Now, and if we're looking, and Germany does not, I mean, technically there is a surrender. What is it? Admiral Donitz, who becomes the leader of the Third Reich, signs the, what is it, in Hanover or someplace like that, signs the instrument of surrender for Germany. Italy is allowed to surrender. The king stays in power. The fascist Grand Council removes Mussolini. They become not an ally. They're not allowed to become the allies, but they're allowed to become a co-belligerent against Germany, and in which Italian royalist forces fight, though in a minor way, more in an internal security way, fight in Italy. And that is part of the reason why, not just that Italy surrenders, and Germany does what they do to the Italian soldiers, Van Bishop, but it's partially that Italy actually becomes a co-belligerent against Germany, not just a peace out. Japan and surrendering. Okay, anecdotal but true, is when some elements of the Japanese military get wind that the emperor has surrendered, and that he has made a record, and the way he's going to get the information out to the Japanese people and to the Western allies, the method he's able to get it out is that he has made a recording of him accepting the surrender to the allies, on a record, and they are trying to get this record to a radio station to broadcast it into Japan, telling the Japanese people, the Japanese military, as well as the allies, we surrender. However he says it. My Japanese isn't good enough, and I may have heard the recording at some point, but that is going to happen. The Japanese military that is particularly loyal to the emperor and is basically the Imperial Guard, the Royal Palace facilities has its own Imperial Guard element. It's theoretically part of the army, I understand, but is somewhat separated, I guess. I don't know the details of that. I don't know how long-standing it had been sort of separated. It had previously sort of been surrounded by other military forces, army forces, not Navy. The Navy's happy to surrender, quite honestly. The Navy wants to surrender. The Navy doesn't want the war, but that's another whole story. But hey, steel's cool, so they accept the bribe of steel, increased steel, if they'll support going to war against America. And so yeah, they get more steel instead of going steel to the army, steel to the Navy. So they accept it, but they want out of it before. But the army still wants to fight the war. So the army, even before this, has surrounded the Imperial Palace outside, looking in, while the Imperial Guard is looking out. And there's a brief civil war, if you will, between these two forces in attempting to stop or carry out or whatever, play the recordings of Japan surrendering. And the forces not just want to stop that, but actually I say probably, not planning on killing the emperor. But the emperor's younger brother, had been very yay Nazis, yay, we ought to ally with these Nazi guys. He was one of the main people pushing at a high level, and he actually travels to Germany, the emperor's brother, pushing for this is like a 1938-39 kind of situation, before the war starts, is maybe even 37, I don't know, is trying to create a Nazi-Japanese alliance. He might be, as a potential successor, might be someone who wants to continue the war. So they might even, the emperor died, of natural causes, of course. trying to end the war. But whether they would have killed him or just simply isolated him to not allow him to surrender, I do not know. And I think to point the fates, would have determined some of that, meaning the battle to make him prisoner might have been ferocious enough that he would have died in the fighting or whatnot, or somebody just would have done it, killed him once they got possession of him. But there is not an appetite. I mean, they've already back, I think it's in late 44, they've already dismissed Tojo as Prime Minister of Japan. He's removed from all of his duties and put under house arrest, well before Japan's ready to surrender. So Tojo's already been removed from the government. Tojo being the guy who is in charge of the Kempeitai in Manchukuo before he comes back and starts running other departments. He ends up being, I think, head Prime Minister and head of 2 or 3 other major departments like education and whatnot. Basically, he's controlling these kinds of things within the government. So there really wasn't much of an appetite by the army to accept the surrender. And I do not really see the Japanese army accepting a surrender that is going to require them to withdraw from Manchukuo, to require them to withdraw from Korea even, requiring them to withdraw, we'll use the period name Formosa here. I don't see that in their appetite at the time. Because the army, they've been defeated on all these little islands that the Navy couldn't protect. Yeah, they've been defeated again in the Philippines, where the Navy couldn't protect. Yeah, they've been maybe pushed out of Burma, but they're still holding, Indonesia, Indonesia, Indochina. They're still holding a lot of it. So the army really hasn't been defeated, and with the sort of Japanese mentality that I know reasonably well, they may think that they could bleed America white. Kill 2 or 3 million American soldiers. They'll not want to keep fighting, and so they'll negotiate a surrender that'll be more suitable to us. A negotiated peace. And so I don't see that anywhere. Any offer that would be acceptable to the political leadership of most nations, Japanese would have been willing to accept. I just don't see that as being a realistic thing, Ragar. It's interesting that the powers involved in the world, so only Japan use chemical, biological weapons, possibly something due to not having the culture memory. Yeah, they were involved in World War I, but very peripherally, basically picking up islands that had been part of the German Empire out in the Pacific. So, Gamer, what do you think of the photos from yesterday? Oh, those are very cool. Just getting there. If you haven't already, and maybe I'll post the stuff again, or if Arno wants to post in both chats a link to our Discord forum and Discord invite. You can see some of these really cool photos of Eric going to a military museum in Norway just a day or so ago. Talked about the peace treaty condition. Only a moron would want unconditional surrender. Japan was a proud nation. Yeah, Japan had not been ever defeated by an external source. That is quite true. Driving off 2 major Mongolian invasions. Defeating the Russians at Tsushima. Yeah, they weren't mentally prepared for a surrender, but they needed to accept that. That's what it's going to. Do you like, or do you think? Do you like? Oh, I like a lot of what TIK says, Mister. I don't always agree with all of his conclusions. I mean, who would agree with everything? I agree with most of his factual statements that he's putting out there. I have not watched his big Stalingrad series. I watch a bunch of his stuff, but not all of it. I like a lot of what he says. I agree with him. National Socialism is socialism. It's not Marxist socialism. It is not a leveling socialism in that everyone needs to be equal, but it is a socialism. It's a hierarchical socialism, but it is a socialism nonetheless. Yeah, you do. Yes. Okay. Oh, I guess it's probably Mistral over on Twitch. I'm just catching up to all the chat. Quote the Czech President Václav. Let's abolish both Warsaw Treaty and NATO. It's one of his ideas where he was right. No, NATO. Okay. How do I put this? I know this is becoming a long commentary episode, but hopefully it's interesting. There's been periods of peace in Europe. And historically, that is more the exception than the rule. That, not that every country all the time was at war, but wars were breaking out in Europe very much. So you have through the 19th century, which is often sort of kind of look, at least from the Anglo eyes, a peaceful era. Yeah, but now they're at war, with the Crimea, and they're at war, on the various Indian peripheries, and the Indian, empire in India. But during the 19th century, there wasn't a major, big Napoleonic type war. So they sort of see it as 100 years of peace, roughly. Yeah, I know, again, Crimea. But even that's still something of an expeditionary army off somewhere else, sort of forgotten. But you have the Franco-Prussian War. You have the Austro-Prussian War over southern Denmark or whatever. You have the wars, and it is wars, of Italian unification under Garibaldi. So you do have wars in the 19th century for sure in Europe. And a lot of people look back at since World War II, other than, shall we say, and I could easily see some wars breaking out again in the Balkans. I don't think that's stabilized one little bit. You can see largely since World War II, Europe being internally at peace with each other, even with the Cold War. Now, it was a Cold War. It wasn't a peace. It was a war. Trust me, I was alive during it, people. And I know a few of you were that are old enough. I know a bunch of you guys I know are born after the Cold War. But it was a Cold War. And there was real bullets flying. But most of the bullets... early on, you had wars like down in Greece after World War II. But it's called the Greek Civil War, but yeah, it was communist. Yeah. All the bullets and the guns were coming across from Yugoslavian borders into Greece. It wasn't internally supportable at all. But the war was being fought, the Cold War was being fought in places like Afghanistan, Vietnam, Cambodia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Cuba, Ethiopia, Rhodesia. So there was a Cold War going on. It just did not break out into Europe. People now to this day see the EU as a peacekeeping measure in Europe because they fear nationalism. And that they believe nationalism is the cause of World War I and World War II. There's some evidence of that, most assuredly. But there's other evidence. There's evidence one way or another, and I'm not going to go argue that. But they fear nationalism. They don't like nationalism. And it isn't necessarily the globalist world complex, blah, 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 that the other people want to do. But they fear nationalism as a cause of massive conflict, and they want to keep that from happening. Well, I would argue that the EU, or even the common market before it, is not the reason for peace. It's quite honestly NATO. And it's joint security measures. And the idea that the Belgian border, the Luxembourg border, the German border, the Italian border, the Austrian border, blah, 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 are all stable, and that there is a big enough alliance that's going to keep them from going to war over territory. So I would argue to a point territory is more of the cause of wars than nationalism. But so, though we're getting into sort of wars that are now different than that, but because territories sometimes come down to resources like food, it's the ability to grow food. The Vikings were having, my understanding is they were having problems with food, so they were started to go a Viking and found, hey, it's really good, so they really went for it as a industrial policy, if you will, conquest. So yeah, I think the idea of NATO is good. How many Russians are in the Pripyat? Not terribly many, quite honestly. Right now, I'm sort of trying to starve them out. If I just ignore them, they'll break out too much. So yeah, it's not that many. It's more of just, this is god awful to push it and take. Okay, I'm not really missing. Hello, Galactic Empire. How you doing? The war situation developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage. Yes. We're just talking about various things. TIK, other things, yes. I'm just catching up on all the chat. Humans lack conflict, or humans lack just how biology. Yeah, even bees and ants wage war. Well, absolutely they do, because they're hive mind groups and they battle each other. Doesn't justify it, but explains a big part. Yeah. There's several various elements to why we fight. NATO, keep the Americans in, the Germans down, and the Russians out. Yeah, that's sort of what's happening to some degree. Because otherwise, without America in, Germany will dominate Central Europe, or will dominate Europe, whether it's the EU or NATO. Well, after World War II, Europeans didn't have much reason to fight each other, and the Czechs were a sovereign country. Greece and Turks didn't escalate their conflict. That's an interesting statement. Czechoslovakia is an artificial country. It's gone. Should never have existed. There was no point in its existence. I think it was originally the Dutch got these provinces, not quite, after World War II, and then eventually they gave them back. I don't know why they gave them back. As sort of reparations for it. At some point, we do lock down the borders more or less in Europe. Greece and Turkey didn't escalate their conflict. Well, yeah, obviously they didn't escalate their conflict beyond the levels of escalating their conflict. Turkey takes approximately half of Cyprus away from Greece. Oh, Greece doesn't own it. Well, these people are Greek-speaking people, and most of these Cypriots would more or less like to be part of Greece, I would say. I would say they would give up in a heartbeat, they would give up their national sovereignty to be part of Greece, especially if they could get all of the Greek island, or all of the Cyprus back. All the Greeks living in the northern part had to leave, were forced out. This was, in the 70s? 60s? 70s? I'm sorry, I don't remember the date of the Turkish. And since then, there were Turks living in Cyprus, most assuredly, beforehand. It was actually a Turk who designed the current sort of Cyprus flag before the invasion by a Turkish local guy. But the Turks have, since the invasion, have settled in large amounts of population, I think larger than the original Turkish population into the area. It's sort of like the idea that Yugoslavia, the Serbs settled in Serbian populations into other ethnic areas, and then with the breakup of it, they wanted to stay Serbian, and the other people didn't want them in their territory because they were artificially there. Now, do I agree at all with the ethnic cleansing of the violence and the massacres that the Croats and the Bosnians and whatever their group names may be? No, absolutely. I think that's entirely wrong. But that the idea of going, hey, we have this, village here that's been here, 500 years. These people, more or less, I know there's conquest and some population movement, but these people have been living here 500 years. And outside this village, there's this high-rise complex of, say, 6 high-rises that have been built, and they're all Serbs living in there. And so now this whole community together is double the size and population, shall we say, and half of it is Serbs, but all these people have been settled since Tito got in charge, not even the earlier Yugoslavia. And we're deciding to send the rest of the people out because they're Serbs. They're Serbs nationals. We're calling them Serbs. They've got to go. Okay, I can grant that as being a reorganizing on cultural-based levels. I'm not concerned about anybody's genetics. I'm concerned about their language that they speak, the language they write, how they do things. Yeah, that doesn't mean you get to shoot them, you get to kill them, you get to starve them, you get to do anything. No, that means they just go back to Serbia. Yeah, it sucks for them, but being under a communist regime and the consequences under being under a communist regime, it sucks for people. The world at times sucks. I can't correct the world not sucking, but I don't blame the Croats or the Bosnians or whatever to say the Serbs go. Now, some of the stuff, it's longer standing, more generations, it's harder to sort out. I don't know. Can you do? I presume more or less that the 2 cultures, 1 state situation of Belgium between the Flemings and Wallonians is more or less working out. And hey, if you can work that out, like the Highland and Lowland situation, though Lowland culture is eroding greatly. Highland culture is almost I knew a few people that spoke Highland, or not Gaelic, but Highland English. One of them, Gordon Cumry of Cumry. Oh man, I had trouble understanding him on the phone in one of my conversations with him, but when in person I could more or less understand him, and because he had a thick Highland accent. Now he ended up living, last time I visited him, it was sort of out here in the lowlands as he saw it, but on the east coast of Scotland, but he was from, the Highlands. And I'm not talking about even speaking Gaelic, but it's the Highland culture is being eroded. But that's more of a natural thing, as much to do with mass media and television and whatnot than it is to do with any sort of conquest or oppression kind of situation by the Scots or by the English. It's just more of a natural thing. So, if you can have the sort of like, hey, yeah, 2 cultures, one state thing like Belgium and work out, fine, happy with that. But if that ain't going to work out for you for whatever reasons, maybe because of 500 years of Muslim versus Christian violence or Catholic versus Orthodox violence, and you're just really pissed at each other and you want to form your own nations, yeah, maybe it's got to suck because some people got to, both sides have got to leave their areas and go to their mutual side group pockets, if you will, or groupings to get rid of tiny pockets of stuff. Yeah, that sucks. Don't have everybody's magical and wonderful thing. I know that's the sort of current EU program is nationalities, ethnicities don't matter. We're all in this together. That's just going to make enclaves, and it's just going to make like the breaking up of the Austro-Hungarian Empire ugliness again sometime in the future. Do you think Vienna awards for Austria were correct? Okay, Galactic Empire. I don't have a good answer on that. Okay, whenever you artificially make a country, and Gamer, what do you mean artificially make a country? I mean, there is no country there may be a peoples, there may be a culture, but there is no country. And then some foreigners, people who don't live there, decide what the borders of the country are going to be. That is an artificial country. A good example of an artificial country is Poland. And I don't know if my friend Koyjet is here. Now, Poland was a real place. Polish people are a real group of people. The majority of people living in Warsaw are Polish. But Poland was not a real country. It was not a state. And a country, a proper country, needs both, is a nation and a state together. Those are two different things. A nation and state together. Poland was not a state. It was partitioned by the Prussians and the Russians, basically, and a bit by the Austrians down here in the south. Now, I do believe most everyone living in East Prussia, what sort of the core of East Prussia, were all Germans. So that's not Poland. Okay, that's Prussian place, German subgroup Prussian, whatever, how you want to categorize that. German cultural group, subgroup Prussian, they're in Prussia. Now, some of this other area outside of Prussia, proper, sort of core Prussia, that was a mixed German, Polish area. Okay. Some areas, many of the areas in here were probably majority Polish, minority German. Whether you think they got along well or they didn't, it was definitely the Germans conquering and partitioning and whatnot. Now, where in 1919, and you're drawing these borders up over in Versailles or someplace like that. Now, I know it wasn't quite that, but it was sort of that. Where do you put the boundaries? How... let's come over here. Breslau. I think it was primarily at the time, because it's now in Poland, I know. At the time, I think it was primarily, heavily, maybe almost exclusively, but German in speaking language, culture, society. And here's Warsaw. Okay. Between these two big cities, between Warsaw and Breslau, well, I think Lodz here probably is a Polish city, meaning it's naturally Polish. Okay, so between these two cities, where is the boundary should we draw? At the end of World War I. And then some of these people here, one of them being Guderian and his family, who was born in somewhere around here, in the German Empire, lost their home, their territory. I'm not saying it's bad or good, they just did, to the new Polish state and became refugees, if you will, into Germany. Now, these were elite refugees. These weren't people leaving with their, handcart full of possessions. They were, of the elites in the region, so they just moved to Germany. But they lost their home, they lost their lands, they lost whatever. Now, I don't think they weren't recent immigrants, as in, I don't think, just a generation before. I don't know when they showed up there. I don't have the details, but I think they were there for a while. So where do you draw the border between those two places? Well, I don't know. I'm not on the ground. All maps are propaganda. Doesn't mean they're incorrect. It just means they're propaganda, that they're presenting a particular side just by putting the name on the map. Is it general government or is it Poland? Just like propaganda. All maps are propaganda. So how do you create Poland? Okay, that's an artificial state. Now, the Netherlands. Let's look at the Netherlands. The Netherlands has its boundaries because it fought for them. It fought wars. It won wars. It lost wars. It fought wars. People moved because of wars. People besieged. There's lots of cities in this part of the world, maybe a bit more down in Belgium, but some of them were definitely up in the Netherlands, that are fortress cities. The inner parts of them are still, the star forts. They look really cool from aerial photos. I'd love to visit and wander around some. And people, had to leave whether it's in the 17th century, the 18th century. It's more or less formalized borders by the 19th century, but it fought for these borders. These are hammered out borders. Now, it's easy to do some of this stuff on a place like England because, Hadrian's Wall goes right across here, but the borders, modern border between Scotland and England are this way. That gets hammered out after generations of fighting over the borders, and obviously the English conquer Wales and Cornwall eventually. But the extent of England is easily definable by the sea. Extent of sort of Norway, definable by mountain range. But the Netherlands, they hammer their borders out with their neighbors over generations. So it is not artificial. No one in the Netherlands, to the best of my knowledge, unless they're, multi-ethnic or whatever, nobody over here lost their farm over here in any sort of memory. Okay, Galactic Empire. So it's been, now there very well may be refuging out family that's over here now, but that's 200-300 years ago. So this is not an artificial country. Poland was an artificial country, not an artificial cultural group, not an artificial nation of peoples defined as peoples who speak Polish or however you want to define it. But it's sort of territorial boundaries, it's territorial populations. So the Treaty of Trianon or something like that, involved with some sort of auxiliary element to the overall Versailles treaties ending World War II. There's also, I know, the Treaty of Saint-Germain and blah, blah, blah. I don't know all the details. Somehow, basically, between that and maybe a little bit of realism on the ground, defines borders of places like Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, whatnot. I don't know that they made the right choices. We can go, hey, the Darva River. Okay, that probably makes a nice boundary. Yeah, there's probably Hungarian pockets on the other side of it, because Hungary, sort of the Hungarian part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Hungarian kingdom, did sort of extend control down into here, and people may have settled, but I don't know how many are because recent people, if I move to another state in America, I'm still really a Californian. I've grown up and lived, other than, like I've often talked about, other than it was less than 6 months that I lived in Scotland. I've lived in California. I've lived in Southern California. I've lived near the beach all my life. I can move to Arizona, but I'm not going to be an Arizonan. Now, maybe if I live there another 40 or 50 years, I'll be indistinguishable, because we're both, English-speaking peoples, American Southwest cultural group, and part of that, is very much dealing with the proper Hispanic people here, the Mexican Americans, not the large Mexican flooded people but the traditional Mexican American population. They're part of us. I'm part of them. We interact. I grew up around these people and distinguish between Mexicans and Mexican Americans, where a lot of people that come from places like Boston or Chicago or whatever, they just see all these people as the same, where I can immediately, by talking to them, seeing about them, identifying who are the Mexican Americans and who are the Mexicans. It's just sort of a natural thing. And I've talked to some of these people, and where they see, when they sort of look at some of the people that have had a little bit of racism, might be a bit hard, or a bit overstatement. It's more, because often the left will say it, but maybe nationalism, foreigners versus Americans kind of thing. Yeah, they're seeing Anglo-Americans from the center of America, not distinguishing between, like, the Californios. Now, those are the really old the Mexican settlers before the before California's briefly for about 3 or 4 days independent, and then joins the United States as a state, not as a territory. And Mexican immigrants since then, but have, are become Mexican American, distinguish between them and the floods of population, including people that now technically are Mexican American in that they were born here 5 years ago or 10 years ago, or maybe even now 20 years ago, but their parents weren't here legally. And so I still sort of, some of them, it depends on how much they're enculturated here. Do I consider Mexican American versus Mexican immigrants? And so I'm a Southwest American moving to Arizona, the next state over. Eventually I might be enough of an Arizonian to hardly distinguish it, but I'm still basically a Californian. So if I move there, And then Arizona and California, America breaks up into 50 countries. And the Arizonans go, hey, all you damn Californians, you're out of here. We don't want you here anymore. Well, it would suck for me because I'm a recent immigrant, even though I've moved there, thought I was going to live the rest of my life there. Arizona's now independent. They say all Californians out. But hey, I'm a good Californian. No, sorry, you're all out. It sucks. I'm sure I would be hugely pissed over it. I'm not trying to minimize it, but it's just sort of the way it goes. Where, what borders, all this territory here, that should it be Romanian, should it be Hungarian? I don't have a clue. You know, it's this part of the world causes the two major wars in the 20th century, because World War II is just a war over the Treaty of Versailles. It's not, you know, Nazism is a symptom of the Treaty of Versailles. Either the winning allies were not hard enough on the Germans. Oh, they should have been harder on the Germans? Yeah, hell yeah. Should have broke, like they did for Austria, they should have broke the German Empire up. There should have been a Kingdom of Bavaria. There should have been, I don't know whether you want to call it the Kingdom of Hanover or whatever, whatever it would be called, but a German state up here. There should be a Prussia that should exist somewhere out here, maybe including East Prussia and Berlin, and there should be like a Rhineland, and break it up into somewhere between 4 and 6 major parts of the German Empire. Not necessarily treat the people any harsher than they were treated, you know, like go in and bayonet people or burn down their homes or do something nasty to them. No, I'm not talking like that. I'm talking like they should have just broken the German Empire up and made it sort of like Austria. Go, nope, you can't be unified. Can't be unified. Nope, has to have in your constitution. You can't be unified. You start unifying with any other German state, we march into war. They should have broke Germany up. And then Hitler would have taken over Bavaria because he was that kind of personality there. And as soon as he started to move into any other states, France and Britain should have moved against Bavaria. But whether he would have succeeded, I think he would have taken over Bavaria if Bavaria was an independent state. He was that sort of personality. I've studied his rise to power long ago, but I think it would have been limited to there. Or they should have been more magnanimous, but because, yeah, Germany did violate Belgian neutrality, yes. But the real bastards who started the World War I were the damn Serbs who assassinated an archduke. So the Serbs who got off great, who got Greater Serbia, called Yugoslavia, they did wonderfully out of it. They caused World War I and by extension causing World War II. So breaking up, and here's the problem with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Habsburgs were anti-nationalistic. They did not think in those terms. They understood nationalism existed, obviously. They used it sometimes to their benefit, but they were anti-nationalistic and wanted to have a unified Christendom, shall we say, under them as a unified state, sort of like, an EU. Let me catch up with some of this stuff. Hello, Beam Slam. I'm just catching up with the chat. What if the Soviet Union joined NATO? Well, no, it's NATO now has become a stabilization of Europe, and Russia, whatever you want to call it, is only European in that it is not anything else. It is not a proper Asian culture. It is not a proper European culture. It is not a proper Turkic culture, or Arabic culture, or Persian culture. It's its own sort of thing. Europe, they may be closer to European cultural group than other cultural groups, but I do not consider Russians Europeans. And I don't. And if you're a Russian out there and you're hearing this, I do not think or say or mean it as a demeaning or an inferiority thing. And it was really only Peter the Great's push to try to Europeanize Russia, shave the beards, minimize, not get rid of, he wasn't an anti-Orthodox, I don't think at all, but get rid of sort of the heavy Orthodoxness of Russian society, because he travels to England, he travels to the Netherlands and whatnot. He greatly admires European culture, and he tries to Europeanize Russia. He wasn't successful, and it still isn't successful today. And so when a Russian immigrant moves to Europe, he doesn't stick out partially because of his skin color, true, but also his culture isn't as alien, isn't as different as, saying, Turkic culture or Iranian culture or Arabic culture or whatever, other peripheral cultures of Europe. But Russia is not, to me, Europe. I see NATO, and you got to understand, and then I'm not absolutely sure, but is Britain, now obviously it interacts a lot, but is Britain European? In a way, no. It is Anglo. It is it is close to European culture. It is an element of European culture. And maybe it is. It's tough because, you have two other major groups of Europeans. One, the Latins, Romanians actually, though they're sort of isolated and a bit different. Italians, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Wallonian, some of the peoples here in Switzerland, but French and whatever. So you have the Latin culture and you have the Germanic culture. Yeah, I know you also have Norse culture and some other groups, but you really have the sort of the German, the Latin, and the Anglo-cultural groups in Europe. The reason NATO works is because obviously British or Canada and the United States are largely Anglo in culture, so it's not like throwing Japan or Korea or some other modern group, but some other very different cultural group into it. So it works as a defense of Europe. But bringing Russia in is a bad idea, I would say. He's doing great economically. Their GDP is up. Yes, they are. They're doing pretty good. Athens wasn't shelled. The Turks didn't push their armies into Greece. It was just a small local conflict. Okay, no. I mean, it's post-World War II. Yeah, that would be true. But if you look at all the Greek territories that were pushed out, including Constantinople, in the 20th century, because there was, I'm not sure if it was the majority culture. I don't think it was, but it was a significant minority culture in Istanbul, or still Constantinople. I don't know exactly what the date that they changed it over. But there were majority cities, not just towns, but majority cities of Greeks along the coast of Turkey that get pushed out. So and I know it's sort of NATO that sort of freezes the two. American view of Yugoslavia, okay. Serbs have always lived in Bosnia. Well, Serbs have always lived in Bosnia. Okay. But I do know that there was specific Tito-era resettlement policies to settle Serbs in other ethnic groups to give a local support base to greater Yugoslavia. Okay, and so where is the borders? Where are there towns? Yes, but there was a specific post-World War II Tito-era settlement policy of settling Serbs, often in new-built construction, at the edge or periphery of pre-existing towns and cities, settling, and the new build construction apartments often were specifically and only occupied by Serbs and not open to the occupation by the locals. Okay, you really don't like my explanation. This is totally wrong. There isn't an identity. The split between the peoples was religion. Okay. Well, religion is Religion is culture. The root word is cult. What is a religion? A religion is a cult of belief. Okay, we in modern English we ascribe cults to being non-Christian groups, but technically all religions are cults. Okay, I'm not talking about genetics. I'm not talking about genetics of any of these groups right now at all. Religion, and if you identify yourself as by if your culture has an identifiable religion, like Serbs are identifiably Orthodox. And no, I don't know the religious difference between Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox and whatever. I'm not an Orthodox scholar, but I know what Orthodox exists. So you have Serbs who, whether they believe in the religion or not, it's not whether they're religious or not, but they identify as Orthodox, they write in Cyrillic, and then you have another group that identifies as Catholic, and they write in Latin letters. And yes, I understand that their spoken language, I believe, is very similar, if not the same, but they have different religious practices, so they are different cultures, if you define the groups by religion. Like, how do we define the difference between an Ulsterman from Ulster and a Irishman from Ulster? An Ulsterman is Presbyterian Scots, and an Irishman from Ulster is a region, is Catholic or identifies as such. Now, both may be not two people, they both may not believe in God or believe in their church, but they're culturally aligned with their groups, and it has a religious basis to it. And so most all, if not all, of the Ulstermen in this part of the world are of Scots descent, and they are Presbyterian Scots, because when the plantations were settled over here, they were settled under Cromwell. It was Cromwell's mess. No, actually, no, it starts before Cromwell. Sorry, no, Cromwell exacerbates it. Sorry, no, it actually goes back to James I of England. He settles Presbyterian Scots, specifically excluding, not allowing Catholic Scots to come over here. Now, there had been a pre-existing, did move down here for a purpose, pre-existing Anglo-Catholic group that had formed in largely around Dublin, but other areas that were before and during the Elizabethan reign, but they were mostly English Catholics. And then you get a sprinkling of English, because when after the conquest of all of Ireland, of sort of English settlers, often elites, meaning owning the lands, that moved in. Some identified as sort of Irish in a fashion, but as the Duke of Wellington, who was born in Ireland, who would, if anybody says, well, you're Irish too, hell no. If you're born in a stable, does that make you a horse? Not a direct quote, but a very similar one. So the mere fact that he was born in Ireland, raised in Ireland to a degree, not just happened to be like visiting there, his parents, his family owned land and were living multi-generationally in Ireland, but he considered himself English. His family considered themselves English, even though they were multi-generation living in Ireland. And just the mere fact that they were born there doesn't make them Irish. So he was not Irish, and he was not sympathetic to the Irish plight. And so, he says, just because you're born in a stable doesn't make you a horse. And so culture at its heart is an element there is of religion. So if you want to define the two as simply there is not. And so how to draw the borders up here is a mess, because of first, well, I mean, it goes back however far in history, but in relatively modern, first you have the Turkic conquest, and then you have the gradual collapse of European Turkey over the generations. And then you have Austrian expansion into it. And specifically for Yugoslavia, you then have the Yugoslav era, before World War II and then post World War II under Tito. That all makes this really complex. And no, I can't draw simple lines on map. I have read a bit about Yugoslavian history. The Balkans are one hot, sticky mess. Tito wasn't a Serb. He was, yes, I know he wasn't a Serb. Actually, I did know that. But Tito was a person who was trying to build greater Serbia, greater Yugoslavia. He was an anti-nationalist. Tito was an anti-nationalist, but he realized his power base was in Serbian territory. It was nowhere else. When you go back to older established proper borders, you might argue that everything between Portugal and Iraq is Roman. Yes, absolutely. Van Bishop, between that and World War I started with killing Czech Prince Ferdinand state, was restarted when Hitler destroyed Czech sovereignty. Well, yeah, sort of. Ragar, do you think Belisarius, Ukraine, Baltic countries aren't European either? Okay. Well, okay, bold statements by Gamer can be proven wrong, of course. I'll readily admit that. It used to be in the 19th century and before, you had Western Europe, Central Europe, and Eastern Europe. And even that gets muddied because Romania is a Latin country, but it is in Eastern Europe. It's muddy. It really is muddy. I don't know, and I wish, and my friend Mikhail, he lives over in this part of the world, and is of Cossack descent. I would call Russians and probably Ukrainians steppe peoples. And I don't mean this to be in any way demeaning, as Europeans are somehow the best and all these other, no, I don't mean that at all. And cultural influences flow, and there aren't necessarily bright lines that define things. But I would call steppe peoples. Now, my understanding again, okay, so probably, let's see, Moldavia. Moldavia's here, I know. I really don't know who the Moldavians are. Are they Romanians? Are they Ukrainians? Are they some other ancient ethnic group that go back, are they like Basques? Basques are here. They are sort of isolated and have been isolated for so long. They go back to pre-Iron Age, I think, the Basque people, and they're still hanging out here. They're not, in a way, I mean, obviously they're sitting in Europe, but they have their own language. Their language has very little to do with the rest of Indo-European languages. You can look up some of the stuff on Basque. So are they Europeans? Well, yeah, but no, but yeah, but they're not. But you see, because even though they're sitting here, and even though they obviously have a lot of, because some of them are over in France, they do have a lot of Latin, French and Spanish influences. The Basque people, yeah, but they're not part of the greater Latin European ethnic group. Okay? I don't know what Moldavians are. God, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what language. Do they speak Moldavian? I know of the sort of, remnant breakup, whatever, Memel basically is still part of Russia to this day. Why, I don't know. Well, I do sort of know, but yeah, it's still a problem. Russia is a threat to Poland, Germany, the Baltic states, and will clearly be so long as this Russian military district exists. Until that becomes, I guess, either Lithuania or Poland or back to Germany somehow, I don't know. Until that's solved and Russia accepts that it's solved, like, hey, yeah, we're not leaving because of defeat. We don't need this. We don't want this. This is stupid. We're going home. Oh, but these people have lived there for 3 generations now. Yeah, I know, but it's a freaking Russian enclave here that's left over from World War II. Yeah. Yes, I don't know who the Moldavians are, quite honestly, and yeah, I know geographically. Okay, the Baltic countries. Well, my understanding, the Estonians is, if anything, they're closest to Finns and their own, sort of group. Lithuanians, I understand, because they're somewhat, they're not Polish, but they're somewhat sort of in the cultural group of Polish, so sort of intermediate step people. I really don't know what Latvians are, but yeah, I don't know. Is that a good answer there, Zizi? Actually, I think there isn't a European culture before the EU. It is an attempt to create a European culture. There is about 12 European countries. He is slowly killing them. Yeah, Rhaegar, you have a point, but you do, and I don't know exactly when you stated that versus, but like talk about, there is the Latin cultural group. There really is. Latins, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese. Romanian's a bit different, but they're still something of a Latin group, but I'd throw them in there because they are, but they're sort of the odd man out, not partially because of geography, yes. But this cultural group here, there's a lot of cultural similarities. Religion, they all stuck to being Catholic, where the Germans split. The rest of the north of Europe basically rejects Catholicism. So of Europe, because of cultural differences, not with Christianity, but the cultural differences with Catholicism. So yeah, I would put that. I would call the French, Italians, Spanish, and Portuguese as a cultural grouping. And now there's subgroupings, and we could do the same. German subgroup subgroup Prussia, German subgroup Bavarians, German subgroup Rhineland. And some of them, German subgroup Sudeten, which were these sort of mountain Germans that lived around the periphery here, that were part of the Holy Roman Empire, and then as that's sort of breaking up, around the Napoleonic and before the Napoleonic era, the last major sort of big fight is is Frederick the Great's last campaign, which is a failure, the Potato War. Yes, it's called the Potato War. Tries to get this territory, because it's sort of industrially good, into Prussia. Doesn't, it stays in Austrian territory. But the sort of mountainous regions had long been German, where the central area, they sort of called themselves Czechs. We outside called them Bohemians. Sorry, I got to get this right. Bohemians. And so they were a group, different group, ethnic group. But we can all sort of throw them into European, if you will. One element of European culture, and this is where you get the weird dividing line, is what was Catholicism versus Orthodox. Well, the Orthodox, and there's, Maronite Christians in Lebanon and Coptic Christians in Greece. But it's sort of, because Romania is firmly Catholic, but Bulgaria, Greece, Serbia, Ukraine, they're all Orthodox. It's sort of that split comes down to, and that may be the dividing line. So if the Baltic states are Catholic culturally, and then Protestant following after it, because Protestantism, hence in the name, and I know I'm wandering around all the topics, Protestant is protestism. They're Catholics who are protesting the direction and emphasis of the Catholic Church. So they are protesting Catholics. So they're Catholics but not, because they don't like Catholicism, and then they factionalize up amongst themselves. So yeah, I would do it. Russia goes all the way to China, can't be European, but Europe is a group generally defined as ending in the Ural Mountains. Okay, well, that's geographically. And I definitely know that there are Russians, ethnically people. And again, I'm not talking about your genes, genetics. I mean, there is something to that, but I'm not talking about that at this moment. Not denying it, not saying it doesn't exist, but there are ethnic Russians in Vladivostok, and then there's also other local peoples here, and then there's, in the Russian Empire, whether you consider it the Russian Empire of today, these various Turkmen and other states, Kazakhstan and whatever, because they're the near abroad, as the Russians call them, the near abroad, or however that translates in or out of Russian, still in the Russian influence zone. Trust me, it is. These are different ethnic groups, and probably a lot of these areas are majority non-Russian, but I'm not sure on that. I don't have the demographics and whether you trust that. But this is Anglo culture. So this is English culture. Anglo is English, just trying to do it. And they do have some immigrant populations from other parts of the world. They're having trouble with some of their Muslim. And I define it as Muslim because it's not because they're Arab or they're Bangladeshi or they're Indonesian. It's because the trouble is because of the cultural religious conflict that's going on, not other elements of culture, I do believe. But it is an Anglo-cultural group, and the as a percentage of the population, there's always low population. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. The Aboriginal population, the Abos, I don't know if that's derogatory or not. I don't mean to be derogatory if it is, but population was always a low density population anyways. And yes, there was, Quigley Down Under, and that movie, cool movie, but you see some of the group here. There was and is a Maori population, and I think higher as a percent of the population, not necessarily large as in actually large, but percent of the population. New Zealand otherwise is an Anglo country, so it's sort of Anglo-Maori mix. There you can see a lot of the sports teams locally as well as when they go internationally. Both the Anglos and the Maoris do the haka, sort of war dance, for their sports before sports challenge, team matches kind of thing, is to get their spirit up, sort of a mixing of culture. And so, yes, geography doesn't necessarily define what I would define as Europe. But really it is only, and this is why you can maybe argue that Anglo-ness is different in that it expands and whatnot, although changes when you go to places like Canada, but changes some from its source. It's bigger outside of its original geographic zone than it is inside. And yes, although it is, of course, made up of Celtic culture, Anglo-Saxon cultural conquest, and then Norman conquest over it. The Vikings, their culture basically doesn't impact, in my opinion, modern British culture. I'm sure there's some sort of impact, but it's really Anglo-Saxon or pre-existing Celtic Anglo-Saxon impact, and then Norman impact over it forms the Anglo culture. So that's, well, Normans are Viking types, but they're Frenchified Vikings. So it's sort of French, German, Celtic. So in that root element. So yeah, ditto. Geography and national borders are not always. Yes, just going through the chat here. Cultural groups diminishing. Yeah, well, the internet, yes, the internet is changing the situation, is influencing cultural groups. Absolutely. I'm still trying to catch up on all this stuff. Whenever people live together, they can still express themselves on the internet. Yeah, well, the internet is eroding. You know, anybody, now if you're 80 years old today, it probably doesn't do it. But any kid growing up today should be learning English. I'm sorry. I mean, you might say, well, you're American and you only speak English, really, and I really only sort of do. I mean, I know bits and pieces of other languages, but I don't. I took 3 years of Japanese in school, and I've forgotten most of it now because I haven't used it. I mean, I've studied some other languages, again, some formally, and I did have some Spanish classes in school before that, but I really only speak English. But anybody growing up today should be learning English because of the internet and international communication. You just should. Doesn't mean you need to speak it as your primary language day to day, but everyone should be learning English, just because that has become to use the older term, lingua franca of the world now. So English is it, and it's going to be it. Deep into dive etymology here, but the relationship between cult and culture is a bit different. Yeah, but it's the root word. It was actually a rabbi who very much went in and explained that, and I go, yeah, that's right, and did a better job than I did about it. How do you explain Kosovo then? Kosovo, well, Moldavians are from Narnia. Okay, didn't know that, so they came through the closet. Okay, how do you explain Kosovo? Well, what little I know of Kosovo and whatnot, Montenegro and here, and Kosovo, I think is here, where it's outside of Albania. Well, Kosovo, Albania are all remnants of Turkic occupation in Europe. That's it. So they are a mix of whatever was there before, influenced heavily and proselytized by Islam, turning them into Muslims. Whether they're good Muslims or bad Muslims as a Muslim would see it, I don't know. That's, strongly believing or vaguely believing, I don't know. Women walking around with their heads uncovered, let alone their faces uncovered or something, that kind of stuff. It's remnants of Turkic occupation and the cultural subgroups. It's like the whole, and I follow several people on Twitter, mostly Greeks, bitching and moaning about the country formerly known as the former province of Macedonia in Greece. And I have to agree with them. They're not Macedonians. They may be living in territory that was controlled by Macedonia, but they have no cultural connection. I don't know about genetics. Again, I want to keep stressing that. But they have no cultural connections to the Macedonian culture of Alexander the Great and others. They were sort of a northern, barbarian would be overstating it, but a rough, as opposed, what the Greeks down here would call it, sort of rough Hellenism, rough Greekness. And it was a Greek culture. And my understanding is Macedonians, if anything, are closer, their closest cultural group would be Bulgarians. That's my understanding. So it's sort of West Bulgaria as much as anything else. Just should Spain be split up? That's up to Spain. Is Catalan enough of a different culture? Basque is enough of a different culture, but remember, Luxembourg, Belgium, even the Netherlands today only exist because France, Britain, Germany, and the US say they do. The minute, because Germany was going to swallow up these people, France swallowed up Belgium for a while under Napoleon, and it had been, of course, before that, part of the Habsburg Empire, so it was Austrian Netherlands, and before that it was the Spanish Netherlands, so they lost the northern half, but then Bourbons took over Spain, but the Habsburgs stayed in control of a sort of a counterpoint to the Bourbons down here, and the Bourbons over here stayed in counterpoint and held Austrian Netherlands, and they lost that in the Napoleonic Wars. And well, Britain sort of decides, basically it is Britain decides, well, we'll have this country, what do we call it? Belgium. Yeah, that's cool. Hey guys, you're Belgium. We're Wallonians and we're Flemish. No, you're now Belgians. And they go, well, okay. And so they accept being Belgians, and it was created literally by Britain. and the sort of powers around them. So they exist only because Germany, France, Britain, and the U.S. say they exist. None of this, Luxembourg, yeah, it only exists, at the sufferance of its neighbors. But Belgium and the Netherlands, if tomorrow, literally, if the, whether let's just say the EU tomorrow decides, the president of France and of or Chancellor of Germany come out in a joint press conference and says, we've discussed with our former European Union member, Britain and America, and we have decided that Belgium and the Netherlands would be better organized into the French state and the German state. And we've decided that. They're done. Are you going to try to tell me that there's going to be some 30-year underground bombing campaign of resistance of the Netherlands to defeat German occupation of the Netherlands? Bullshit. If the Americans and the British aren't going to fight for the Netherlands' sovereignty, no matter what the Netherlands wants to do, the Netherlands is gone. Same for like Belgium if France takes it. So they only exist to this day because these other nations say so. And remember when the Netherlands was founded, driving off the Spanish out of here because it's the Protestant Reformation, all of Germany was a bunch of states often smaller than this, less powerful. So this was, a power center, trading center, powerful. It had armies that could keep out the Hanoverian army, the Bavarian army, the whatever Rhine group down here, the French armies, William, the various princes of Orange fought long battles with the French and others. They existed because of military might. Now they exist because of the sufferance of their neighbors. But Germany is powerful enough, whether economically or military. It's going to take an actual serious invasion of like France or Russia or whatever to conquer it. It's not just going to disappear. But these nations would. So, should the Basque be their own nation? They haven't been their own nation since, the Roman Empire. Because they have never been strong enough to push out all of the foreigners. Briefly at times, in the Middle Ages or something, they sort of kind of did a little bit, but they mostly had to, there. So why split up Spain? Well, it's up to them. Is Catalonia different enough? I know there's a Catalonian independence movement. I don't know enough about Spanish culture to know, do these guys like eating apples and these guys hating eating apples or something and they can't get together? Or do these guys say apples and these guys call the same thing a pear and they disagree on their language, so they need to have a different language? Or do these guys wave their hands when they speak differently than these guys wave their hands when they speak? And so when they speak to each other, their hands are constantly clashing, so it looks like they're boxing each other, but they're really just trying to speak, and their hands keep hitting each other and so they can't talk to each other, where normally when the Madrid Spaniards wave their hands in synchronicity in front of each other's faces, they don't clash because it's all flowing right. I don't know why they would be different enough. Again, I don't know. There may be good reasons. I can talk more to Britain, but they should only be independent. I'll tell you, they should really only independent if these guys get enough guns and tell these guys fuck off. Okay. That's how you get your independence. You tell the people, you get guns and you tell the other people to fuck off. That's the only way it happens. It doesn't happen any other way unless somebody wants to give you the two, and it doesn't. And so either you have enough guns and you tell them to fuck off, or they know you have enough guns, and if you don't leave, they will tell you to fuck off. So yeah, that ain't going to happen, I don't think. But should it happen? I don't know. As a Portuguese, yes. In Finland too, technically, Europeanoid is a human type, not a cultural, not an ethnicity. Yeah, Van Bishop, we could talk about, former Roman cultural groups and former Germanic cultural groups or whatever in Europe. I mean, there's other terms for it. Still trying to catch up with everything Portuguese, Spanish, Latin, Greeks do. I think there is about a Mediterranean group culture, Latin, because the Germans broke down all pop groups in Europe. They judged Lithuania as too Polandized, while Estonian Latvians were salvageable as Deutsches Volk in their words. Okay, interesting. Technologist, good, interesting point. Surprised, but Poles and some Western Russians go better along with Portuguese than Catalanians. Okay, don't know if that's really true or just. I'm not saying I'm just saying, because they're not really adjacent to each other or large populations. Better sense of humor and food choices between Poles and. Okay, well, maybe food choices. I don't know enough about the different food groups. I really don't know Spanish food. My experiences with Mexican food, South Italy also don't go well together. Yeah, we can always define subgroups north to south. Italy, abroad. I mean, day to life, making friends, working. People can make, especially when there isn't too much conflict, people can make friends with each other. That isn't a problem. I mean, Viking would be. We are not that. Okay, yes, IKB, you're very right. There is a lot of the Viking pressured push various Britannic kingdoms to come together in various forms and eventually to form England as a united realm because of Viking pressures. Absolutely, not so much internal conquest. I mean, there was some internal conquest, but it was as much as a reaction to foreign invasion as they sought. Hello, LW. The Spanish Netherlands have freed themselves from Spain after a long war. Absolutely. The Netherlands have become a great and powerful nation in this. Yes, absolutely. But realize, again, Spanish Netherlands, they were a great and powerful nation. When there was England, there was France, and then there was Prussia, and there was Austria, and there was Bavaria, and there was Hanover, and other places. It wasn't the German Empire sitting right next to them. Luxembourg fights on. Hey, John Beth. Dutch will fight in the swamps. Well, they may try to sink their country and hide it from the rest of Europe for a while, but even then, eventually will have to come up for air once in a while, and then they've lost it. Trying to catch up with everything here. It does not have the authority to initiate creation of legislation. Well, you can, rubber stamps what the unelected bureaucrats send down. It's both the unelected bureaucrats, IKB, as well as the political elites of France and Germany. Meaning, I truly believe, and I have seen documentaries that talked about the EU structure and whatnot, and I don't want to dispute any of that. But really, what Macron and what's her name, Merkel in Germany, and now her successor coming along, really what they have to say as German and French leaders massively dominate what the EU and the EU bureaucrats say and do. And that's, part of why Britain, I mean, in my opinion, at its fundamental core, the English said, fuck off. I love the song. Because they're English. Not because of the structure of the EU government. Now, that was an element, like you say, it's unelected, it's bureaucratic, it's statist, and not responsive to, various localized elections and whatnot. Yeah, there's all those arguments, and they're true and they're real, but those are side arguments. They're not. I really think it was a nationalistic move that Britain goes for its independence. And see, this is where, because there's moves in Italy to leave, there's moves to kick out Hungary, there's moves to kick out Poland for, anti-gay, whatever things, moves to kick them out by, well, if they're going to be punished, well, if you punish one of your member states enough, they're just going to say goodbye, no matter how good it is, however good it is being part of it. But like I said, there's Italian movements to leave, there's Greek movements to leave. But at the end of the day, I really think the Latin cultural groups and the German state cultural groups, because it's whatever, are what's holding the EU together. And Greece goes along because it's afraid of Turkey. It's afraid of, and before that, afraid of Soviet Warsaw Pact, whatever, aggression. It likes Britain because Britain is more or less its liberator from, because everywhere in Greece was owned by the Turks except for here. It is Corfu. This is, well, wherever Corfu is here. So all of it had been former Greek occupied. Corfu never is occupied by the Turks. They had been occupied by the Venice. I'm doing well, John Beth. Let's see. I don't know how's it faring. I'm just rambling on at this point, Eric. Too much to win inside EU than outside. I don't know, especially for Belgium. Yeah, Belgium and the Netherlands. I think they're going to stay in the EU, especially Belgium. But the reason the British left the EU is because they could. Yeah, because they could. I see Greeks, because I specifically stopped at this because I wanted to include this. They need the EU to stave off. So I'll tell you, if there weren't the British bases here, and if it wasn't Turkey's worried about Soviet expansionism, they would have swallowed up the rest of Cyprus. They're wanting to move right now into some parts of Syria. There is something of a Turkic-Russian alliance, but there's been some humiliation of Turkic leaders by Russians that may be fraying that alliance and making the Turks a little more afraid. But the only thing Greece needs the EU, or even wants the EU for, is because of Turkey. Greece, in my opinion, I know some people, when I start talking about a country or they know better than me, think I'm full of shit. That's fine, because I don't know everything. But to me, that's the only reason Greece wants the EU, which they don't need the EU for, they need NATO for, but they're afraid that NATO is not a strong enough alliance, meaning we had a treaty with Ukraine saying that we would protect their boundaries if they're attacked, so that they would give up nuclear weapons because they had nuclear weapons. And then, of course, the U.S. doesn't protect the boundaries when Russia takes over Crimea and then pushes here. So, yeah, treaties can be, whatnot. So they only want the EU to protect themselves from Turkey because, in my opinion, Greece really wants a softer currency because they want to be a place that they can give social welfare programs to their citizens, which is fine, and earn money by having tourists come from, whether it's from America or other parts of Europe, and be able to have cheaper vacations there because the drachma or whatever the currency they go back to is cheaper currencies than the euro. Have a softer currency to have tourism come in and have an economy fueled by tourism and relatively cheap manufacturing to sell back to the locally, to sell to Europe. And so they would do best, and I think would want to be outside of the EU because of that. Now, they don't want these stern economic measures that Germany is and will continue to push on Greece. So I think they want that. Went out. Everybody can leave, but it's not an easy thing, especially for those who get more money than they pay for. Or for minor countries, it's better to stay inside. I don't think the balance of money into a country versus what they pay into it is at all a factor for staying or leaving the EU. I know in America, I know for a fact in America, people talk about, well, if, I don't know, Alabama. That's Mississippi. This is Alabama. I do know my geography, but I clicked things wrong. If Alabama were to leave the Union, if they were to secede from the Union, they'd become a third world country. The federal government spends much more money in Alabama than they collect in tax money. And they're absolutely right. But these people would probably say fuck off if things go too much more California-ish, New York-ish, because they don't really care. They don't care. I mean, they want to be part of the United States for sure, but they don't care about whether they get more federal money in taxes, coming that more money coming into the state from the federal government than they pay in taxes. They don't care. The people in New York or California think they care. They don't care. And if Aries still around, he could answer for his state. They don't care. If it comes to too much federal domination, and they're really worried about this in the United States. And somebody, Tim Pool made, and reading somebody else's article as he does, that the Third Amendment is being violated right now in the United States. The Third Amendment is the amendment. The first, of course, is freedom of speech, freedom of religion. The second is freedom to carry arms, not just guns, but arms. The Third Amendment says, in time of peace, the government will not quarter troops in people's houses. Oh, but they're not doing that. Yes, they are. Because they have a eviction freeze. You cannot evict people in the United States from your property, rental properties. And some of those rental properties are soldiers. So they are quartering troops. The U.S. government is officially quartering troops on the civilian population right now. And they're violating the Third Amendment. But they're continuing to do so. And there's people now suing the federal government over this. But by stating that, people are going, well, it needs to be broadened, and people can argue whether you should broaden stuff like that. They should mean that the federal government, and I've also ruled that it means states cannot also do it, cannot quarter people, whether it's troops or individuals, into your homes. Meaning, if you have a home and there's a natural disaster and Chicago needs to be evacuated, and then forcing people in some other area forcing them to take people into their private homes, that you do not have the right without there is a legislative way, but you can't just do it because of an emergency. Now, we're not talking about high school gymnasiums. We're not talking about asking people to voluntarily to take in their neighbor, people that are fleeing a disaster. We're talking about forcibly doing it. And I think the Third Amendment can't quarter troops can mean you can't quarter people on other people's private homes, private property. Again, we're not talking about a commercial. Well, obviously rental is commercial, but we're not talking about something like a hotel that is designed for rotating through people, that the government then just simply says, oh, we're paying for the rooms. We're paying for the rooms, because they're not paying the rental. They're not paying. They're forcing there is sort of a kind of program to sort of kind of alleviate it, but they're saying you cannot evict the people. It would be different to saying, oh, well, we're going to pay, the federal government's going to pay their rent. Sort of like if you showed up and we're taking over this hotel and we're chartering it, you're actually paying the hotel owners and putting refugees in the hotel. Okay, yeah, that's sort of legit, because they're a business, they're meant to do it, and so long as the government's paying the hotel owner to keep the business running, okay, yeah, we can order it. Yeah. But without a certain legislation, just on this stuff. So we're seeing more and more. Hotel California, you can check in anytime, but you can never leave because your state is in debt, hence your money issue. Yes. Well, that's Texas has all of its state-owned gold is in Texas, and its own power grid and its own thing. As Texas has made sure it has not integrated in that way into the rest. And so they have, I don't know if they have enough gold to back whatever currency, the Texas dollar that they would issue, but they could do so, and they could get out of the United States, and they have specifically made it that way so that Texas could leave. More money you think if the Dutch leave the EU, the economy will be fucked. Yeah, Arno, Dutch is very much part of it. Problem with the EU is the single dollar, money. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. but the hotel owner has a choice to accept or refuse. Yeah, I understand. And there is, you know, the Constitution says you cannot quarter troops in time of peacetime. You can do it in time of war, but obviously that time of war needs, the Senate to declare war on another nation or other sort of legislatural moves that you can do it. And, the hotel owner, it gets into a grayer area. So because the point is that the eviction moratorium is not because the tenants are like bashing holes in the walls or turning all their water on and flooding the apartment or playing music too loud. It's because they're not paying their rent. So it would be one thing if the federal government was going to pay everybody's rent, but they're not. And they're not having a program to make up for the back rent. And they're not having a program to, you still owe all the property tax on that. City, state, federal property tax on it. You still have to pay for the water for the building. You still have to pay for the electricity for the building. You still have to pay for this for the building. You still have to pay for that for the building. You still have to pay the mortgage on the building. You still have to pay for this on the building. You have to pay for all that on the building, but your tenants don't have to pay you. And it's been over a year. And sometimes these are big companies that own big, huge properties that have, 100 apartment buildings across America, and they're all rentals. Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's mom and pop, including some of my relatives. None, I don't think, currently. But some owned like a little duplex, meaning two sort of homes next to each other. They owned that, and it was a rental property. They invested in it. They didn't have any other rental property. They had a duplex somewhere that they rented out to two different, family group situations. They weren't rich. Yeah, they invested their money in a sort of a dual house thing on sort of two houses on a same lot, and they rented out. They weren't rich. You wouldn't think them rich. They had enough money to buy the house. They probably had a mortgage or something on it, so they had still to pay out the mortgage. And now you got tenants that aren't paying you, and you're still liable for all of the expenses running it, plus running yourself. And if you're retired and you have no other income, and your income was going to be this rental property, how are you going to freaking eat? That's the problem with this. So the more the U.S. government centralizes its authority, whether it's under Republicans or Democrats, it doesn't matter. Because you heard people talking about California should leave under Trump. Whatever, it doesn't matter whatever side it is. But the more you centralize the situation in America, the more the individual states, some more than others, will want to leave. And they won't care. None of them will care. I'm sure of this. None of them will care whether they get more money from the federal government or from the state government. And their only concern is how much the federal government F's with their state. That's what they're concerned with. They're not concerned with anything else of why they would want to leave. If the federal government is doing its own thing. In the United States, they used to have a law, the Congress passed a law, it was all constitutional, that if you wanted to get federal highway funds, to pay for the highways, pay and maintain the highways. If you want to get those funds, you had to set a speed limit in your state of 55 miles per hour. It's since changed, but you could not go over 55 miles per hour. And this happened back in the 1970s. They sort of kind of tried to sell it to us that it was on safety, because if you're going more than 55 miles an hour, they've studied from accident studies, you have more horrific auto accidents. And it's true. But really what they were trying to do is get everybody to drive slower, because driving over 55 miles an hour burns more gasoline. It becomes less and less efficient burning gasoline. And this was during the oil shortages of the 1970s and early 1980s. So they were trying to get everybody to drive slower. So the federal government made a mandatory maximum speed limit in the United States if you're going to get federal gas money. Well, I remember driving into Las Vegas. You could clearly see coming from California into Las Vegas. When you hit the border, damn, the highway just got rougher, because they weren't getting federal highway funds, because they said, fuck it, we've got this big empty state. We have Lake Tahoe up here and Las Vegas down here, and everywhere else, probably about literally it's about 80% of the state is still owned by federal land. Everywhere else is small towns, way too far apart. We're driving at 65, 75 miles an hour. Fuck it. We don't need federal money to maintain our highways. We'll do it ourselves. They'll be good enough. They won't maybe be as nice as California or some of the other states. Fuck it. We're going to drive faster. So they did. They just didn't get federal money for highways because the gambling and whatnot, because there is no state income tax in Nevada for persons. For businesses, casinos, whatever, yes. But for individual persons, no state income tax. So if you get rich, a lot of people, entertainers, move to Las Vegas or move to Lake Tahoe because they don't want to pay state income tax. You still got to pay the federal, but they don't want to pay state personal. So you can be a billionaire, you can be Bill Gates and make billions of dollars. But now the business, Microsoft, if it was located in Nevada, would have to pay business income tax, but the individual living there does not. So they don't need personal income tax because, again, the entertainment industry, initially gambling, the taxes from that made them their money. They didn't need state funds to maintain their highways. Most of the highways were already built by that time. I don't think they built any new ones. They new on and off ramps, especially around Las Vegas and lots of building. That was, well, okay, well, we'll just pay for that out of the state coffers. Fuck you. We'll do our own speed limit. So they said, to hell with it. So long as the federal government is like, well, we won't give you money for your program if you don't do it our way, the state will go, yes or no. They'll make the choice. Yes or no. Do we want the money? Do we not want the money? But if you start telling them, making a law that says it is federally illegal to drive over 55 miles an hour, no matter where you go, and then they start to enforce it, moving in federal cops or whoever else, that's when you're going to start seeing in America, fuck it, we're out. Whether they get their independence or not is another question. So I'm extrapolating that to European countries. So it's not money. Now, maybe it's other issues, security issues, cultural issues, other ones that are keeping them in, but it's not money. I can't believe it's money in any single case that it's keeping them in. Money is just the icing on the top. Texas Power Grid is separated by DC electric ties so they can be on their own power grid if needed. Yes. Hello, Chrono Knight. You need to separate their ACs from NA power grid if needed, right? The EU will die just like the UN will. Well, okay, I wish that. Okay, I could be wherever. The Dutch government converted all the euros to having gold, diamonds, and they would have liquid assets the U.S. cannot control. The EU cannot control. I wish that were true, but there is not enough gold. For a fraction of that gold is far from liquid. The economy onslaught on any EU country trying to attempt to do so would be massive. Yeah. Now, if you notice, Norway has maintained its own currency. Britain insisted on maintaining its own currency. That is definitely why Britain was more able to disentangle itself from the EU. I think any nation still can. But again, and I know it may sound like I'm preaching this, but if you Europeans do not realize, names mean something. The United States, the United Kingdom, the United Europe. Okay, European Union, United, same basic, it just tense, meaning. It's the same meaning. So you are going to move. You are either going to break up or, because it can be both, or you're going to move into a United States situation in which Brittany will get its independence from the rest of France because they're Britain. Catalogne wants its independence from Spain because it wants its own province, its own EU state province, if you will. This is why I literally lived in Scotland working for Scottish independence. Today I'm against it. Because all of the Scots who want independence do not want independence. They do not understand the word. They need to put a hyphen. They want independence from London to be a direct member of the EU. They do not want independence. They want to be a member state of the EU. They want Scotland to be a member state, like Massachusetts is a member state of the United States, like Virginia is a member state of the United States, like Michigan is a member state of the United States. They want Scotland to be a member state of the EU. And Catalogne wants to be a member state of the EU. That is what they're wanting. They're not wanting independence. They're not just wanting to be a member of like the UN. Now, like you say, the UN, United Nations, has failed very much on the premise is that it was never that. And when it was formed, two of the major members, one being the Soviet Union, the other being nationalist China, or what becomes nationalist China, have no intention of creating one world government. That at least not, the Soviets might be wanting a one world government in that they will want to subvert country by country by country and then just sort of do that. That way, China never wants to be part of a one world government. Even today, they do not. They want to be their own thing. So that's why the UN is what it is. It's obviously a successor to the League of Nations, which really is a mistake. It is. And the reason it's a mistake is that if you're trying to create a body, and that was sort of that way, though it never worked out for the League of Nations. And with the UN, the idea that we got UN troops to send them into the Congo or to send them to watch I think there's still UN troops watching the Sinai border, maybe. And there's still, I think, is there still UN troops still sitting in Cyprus? I don't know. I know there were at times. Is the 1 day or 1 week that the Soviets don't show up, they boycott the UN, is when the UN passes the whatever law or whatever they want to call it. I forget what you would call it. UN resolution, I guess, to support South Korea against the North Korean aggression. And the Soviets realized, oh shit, we had a veto. We weren't there. Oh shit, we should have been there. Now they have the UN army in Korea. And so long as you have all of that. Now, maybe the UN as it's just silly because, it's just silly. You need to have alliance factions like NATO. They can be purely military, and two nations, can have economic conflict with each other, meaning boycotts and official, not just people boycotting individually, but governmental. We will not import or export or whatever to a particular, so long as the military alliance is strong. Yeah, it can work, but the idea of one united world, whatever. Now, if you're just, because it just doesn't work. It's just not a good thing. People will point back to, oh, but it's worked here and it's worked there. Yeah, that's the exception, not the rule. Well, guys, I think this episode obviously has gone too long, and I may try to chop it into two things. But not much playing happened. I'm sorry. I hope you guys found me interesting. There's nothing wrong with a federation or a union, but the EU is neither. One is called the central bank outside the EU, a private company. Well, we sort of have that in America too. We have not the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, which is a private company that's involved with the printing of the dollar. So that's the same type of thing. So the central bank is analogous in Europe, is analogous to our Federal Reserve, which is actually a private company outside of the United States government. That the United States government does have influence into it, meaning it appoints some of the members, but it is not a actual government agency. Let's see too, the so-called Constitution has not a single duty listed, just a broad list of rights. Parliament is not elected, but executive branch of the government or the part, oh, it is elected, but the Brit is not. Yes, the EU does not have a common fiscal or foreign policy. Just give it time. Just give it time, Van Bishop. It'll continue to morph in that direction. I'm not saying it's that way today, but it's things. Okay. Thanks, Chrono Knight, Sonic Kiddo, Van Bishop, Arno, everybody. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, please follow my Twitch channel. And if you're on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. And of course, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and do see a link to my YouTube channel where I post stuff, and also I'm live both there. So yeah, have a good night, everyone. My voice is starting to crack. I gotta deal with that. I've enjoyed rambling with you. I hope it was interesting. And yes, these are all my opinions. I'm sure I'm wrong on some of them. I'll probably change my mind on 2 or 3 of them in a year from now. So yeah, I know. So thanks, everyone. And we've saved this. Come over and